Hello, Samah.
Hello, Michelle.
We wouldn't be us if we didn't open up the same way that we always open our podcast. But I happy International Women's Day to you.
Happy International Women's Day to you and for all of the women around the world. I'm so happy and excited today.
I want to start by saying that this was something that we just thought of like a month ago, and that we had over 30 women apply to be part of today. And we thought we would have one every half hour. And instead, how do you say no to anybody? You can't. So instead of just two of us grilling one person, we're going to have grouped conversations. And I'm very excited about that. So that was your brilliant idea. I do want to thank you publicly before we even get started, because I had such a lovely idea and you jumped on board right away. And then, typical to my health and everything else, I just kind of dropped the ball and you picked it up and ran with it. So everything that is successful today is thanks to you, and everything that might not go as well, I'll take the blame.
No, it's both of us. If it's successful, both of us. If it's not successful, we can blame others if we want
That's
to.
right. There you go. That darn software.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was the platform.
Use the platform. That's right. Well, one
Yeah.
thing that I wanted to say before we even get started too is that, I mean, I say that, but we've already gotten started. So, but before we bring other people into the conversation, International Women's Day celebrates women around the world. Typically, women have made less money than men, and there's something called Equal Pay Day every year. And Equal Pay Day is how long it takes a woman to work into the following year to equal a man's salary who holds the same job. And so one of the things about that is like if a man made $100,000 and a woman needs to make $100,000, typically she has to work until April or May of the next year to make that $100,000. So we're constantly behind what men typically make in their field and in our field. And I think that that's something that we still, we've talked about that before in our show. And it's a gap that we definitely you and I are trying to help bridge in our small little way, in our little podcast on our corner of the world. But I also wanted to say that it also depends on your ethnicity. It depends on your age. It depends on where you're located in the world, that may be less or more. And in some respects, for example, in the United States here, if you are a Native or Indigenous woman here in the United States, you might have to work till October. So you might have to work almost 2 full years to equal the salary of a man who also holds your position. And so there is so much around the world that we still need to do as women, as a sisterhood of women, and to make sure that we continue to forge new paths and open new doors so that the women who come behind us will have it easier than we did. And I am very excited. The very last person who's going to speak today is a personal friend of mine. I'll tell you for sure, it's my boyfriend's grandmother. I'm very excited to bring her on. She was programming in the late 60s. And so she literally thinks of herself as not that important. And I have been telling her, you have to come on and tell these women, because she told me her story. And when you all hear it later, you're going to be like, wow, we really have come far. And yet, as far as we've come, we still have to go further and push the envelope, as they say. So, and we have some amazing women today who are doing exactly that. So this first half hour, we're going to introduce you to Junlu and Mary Job. And then after that, we bring on Sheba. And Sheba, I know you're in the back room. I can see you, but I can't pronounce your last name very easily at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself. So I know you're back there. I can see you. Just enjoy the show until we bring you on in the next half hour. So I didn't want you to think that we were ignoring you. Do you have anything? I've been talking. Do you have something you want to say before we bring in June and Mary?
Yeah, I just want to say that this day is all about recognizing the incredible achievement of women around the world, sharing inspiring stories, and continuing the conversation about equality, opportunity, and inclusion. And as you said, I'm not going to add a lot, but I'm so happy with all of the speakers and the session we have today. And yes, maybe we're not going to be perfect because we you get the idea, and we had to rush and make everything happen. But and I'm really happy that today we're highlighting the voices of amazing women in tech and beyond, their journeys, their challenges, and the impact they are making in their communities and their countries. So let's hit the road. Let's get started.
One last thing I will say, we were able to bring in women from every continent. Well, except Antarctica. That never counts because there's nobody who lives there. And so I'm very excited about that. So here I'm going to bring in Junlu and Mary Jo. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Good morning.
So we wanted you to give it, we could introduce you, but it's so much better if you introduce yourselves because you say it so much more eloquently than we could. And so and there are 30 of you today and we don't want to, we don't want to mess up. So, so Mary, I'm going to ask you first, if you would just introduce yourself a little bit, tell us where you live, where I know you're not where you live today. So tell us a little bit about that, your journey and what you do with WordPress. I know you're in WordPress and in tech. And then after that, we'll turn to June.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here on International Women's Day with you amazing women. This is so much going to be so much fun. So my name is Mary Mojisola Job. Most of you know me as Mary Job, but my first name is actually Mary. Interesting story, but for another day. I work currently at Paid Memberships Pro as a support engineer. On the side, I do community work. I've been doing that for almost 10 years now in the WordPress community. I took a break recently for about a few years, but now I'm back in full mode. So you're going to be seeing more of me around the community, the WordPress community and open source. I'm going to be in WordCamp Vienna next month, speaking at the WordCamp. So I'm just excited to be here, and I'm excited to, I'm grateful for how far women have come. I mean, compared to way back, I'm grateful to be here today. And I'm currently in Albania, but I'm originally from Nigeria. So I'm on the same time zone, so that's great.
You're a digital nomad today.
Yes.
And June, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is June Liu. I reside outside of Washington, D.C., in Vienna, Virginia. I'm a
different Vienna, Mary. Different Vienna.
Yeah.
Very different. Very different. I'm a project manager working with WordPress business owners, and it's just trying to reduce that chaos that can happen to their day-to-day business. So that's what I do.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I'm very excited. International Women's Day. Yeah.
Well, thank you for agreeing to come on at 6 a.m. June. I appreciate that so much. One of the things that June didn't mention about herself is that she's my partner at WP Wonder Women, which is one of the reasons I wanted her to join us right now too, is because we are constantly seeking the stories of women in WordPress to be able to put in our newsletter, which has been on about a 3-week hiatus because there's so many things going on in both of our lives right now.
Exactly.
But specifically in mine, because I'm just keep dropping. Anyway, we'll talk about that right now. And Mary, you have done a lot of work to promote women in your sphere and the things that you do. So we wanted to start our day with both of you. You do so much for women in WordPress, and you do so much for technology and advancing the open source project that is WordPress. I don't think everybody who's coming in today will be WordPress associated, but right now we all are in the WordPress community. So, and I had the pleasure of working with June for the last 2 years on the WP Accessibility Day. Thank you. WordPress Accessibility Day. It's 6 a.m. and my brain is not braining, as Samah always says. And so it's not just about women in WordPress. It's about women in general. It's about making sure that the web is accessible for everybody. I think one of the things that I really enjoy about the women that I know in technology is, yes, it's about helping other women and climbing the ladder and reaching up ahead of you and reaching down behind you to keep moving upwards. But it's not just about women. We aren't just about feminism in technology, although that is certainly part of it for some of us. But it's also about just making the web a better place in general. and making sure that the work that we do doesn't just impact women, but impacts all kinds of people, whether they're underrepresented or not. Mary, tell us a little bit about some of the work that you've done. And I'd love to hear from both of you if there are any barriers as women in tech that you've had to cross, maybe the speed bumps along the way, so to speak. We'll start with Mary.
Well, should I start with the barriers? I would say I learn a lot from other women's experience because I would say I grew up I had a feminist dad, right? So I grew up in a feminist. So I'm not able to relate to most of the things women say they experience in their house, but it's common knowledge where I come from. It's common knowledge that women usually in the not now because it's becoming better, take a back seat. There's this sub to, oh, you're a woman, you shouldn't speak up, or, like what you have to say, you're a woman, you should keep quiet when everybody's talking, or things like that. But I'm lucky to have grown up with a feminist dad. My dad was all about, I don't know, maybe it has to do with me being the only girl, but my dad was all about, yeah, just because there's one female in the house doesn't mean that female has to do all the chores and all the whatnot or do the cooking. Man, I didn't even grow up knowing how to cook. I learned how to cook in my university years. But where we are today, I would say we've gone a long way. Today we see a lot more women stepping forward. And for me, stepping forward started with the WordPress meetup groups that we started with in Nigeria. And I must admit, I was a little bit intimidated at first because at most of our meetups we would have like 5 women and we'll have like maybe 50 men, And when we're taking group pictures, I'd be like, can all the women come to the front, please? But it's very important for us to have women in leadership roles. I would say that because it also opens access for other women who want to come out but are maybe feeling timid. So going to WordPress community was fun on our continent. I mean, we look forward to WordCamp Africa, to be honest. Maybe I'll have the strength to, push through with that. But growing the community has been interesting so far. And being able to do women-only meetups, so like back in Lagos, we had this meetups for only women where we'd say, bring your babies. We understand that babies need to cry. They would cry. It's not frowned upon. And we actually had a lot of men also supporting. They would join at those meetings and be like, no, we don't mind. It's fine. I mean, we understand, And that was very helpful in the journey so far to know that we have men who are also supportive. And that's one thing that I find in the WordPress community that I've not been able to find anywhere else. The people in the WordPress community do not look at your gender at all. Most of the time. I mean, well, I wouldn't say, let's say 80% of the people, they don't look at your gender. Everybody wants to help, regardless of what you look like, what you do, where you come from. Everybody just makes themselves available to help. So that's a very good value that I've picked up in the WordPress community. Let me stop her. Let me stop at that.
Same question to you, June.
The barriers that I've seen in my journey, in my career, is really just allowing women to show the skill set that they have. And my previous experience was outside of WordPress, and so it was very different. It was very male-dominated industry, but now in the WordPress field, because I do the WP Wonder Woman newsletter, I get to see and get inspired by women who's doing a lot more and getting the spotlight. When I came on with you, Michelle, for the WP Wonder Woman, I really thought, oh boy, I'm going to have to like really dig to find these stories. And I was like, oh no, it's within a week. We have to kind of go through the stories and say, okay, well, which one is more impactful, or we can give them that spotlight so that they get that shine on them during the activity that they're doing. So it's kind of to me, I'm happy to see that there's so much more in the WordPress world that allows women to have that space. And Mary, if there's something that we can do to help shine that to the women that you know, please share it with us. We would love to do that. Yeah, for my own journey, I learned coding by going to W3 school, and but that's a long time ago. That was all HTML and CSS. But when I'm a project manager, like I said, and when I bring the solutions to the tech team that says, hey, I think that I figured it out by doing it this way, they held me back a long time and just kind of said, doubted what my solutions might have been. And that was a hard hill for me to climb, because I came from a family that was very female dominated. Aunts, mothers, grandmothers, sisters, cousins, and we were all, very independent women, very independent minded. And some of my aunts were more forefront in their industry. And so for me, I was just kind of like, I'm not making an impact. I'm not, and it was very frustrating for me. And that was a battle that I didn't want to fight anymore. So when I found WordPress, I was like, oh, well, I don't have to do that fight as much. So
Nice. Yeah.
very, very glad to find WordPress.
Good.
One of the things that I'll add, one second, Samah, one of the things I'll add to what June said about WP Wonder Women is we can find women's stories, but they're not telling about themselves more often than other people are sharing the stories for them. And one of the things that I would love to instill in women is use your voice to tell your own story. I think a lot of us are raised that it's bragging if we say the things that we do and we're proud of the things that we've done. But men do that. They're good at it. And nobody looks at them and says, oh, they just talk too much about themselves. We need to do that as well. So and that's something I've been working on. So, when I accomplish something or when I'm given an award, I'm shouting about it now. And I don't care if people think I'm self-centered because I've done the work and I love it. So I would love for women to submit their stories to us at WP Wonder Women, WPWonderWomen.com, by the way. And, let us help tell your story, but we won't necessarily know about it unless we find it scrolling in social media, whereas you know what you do and you know the things that we should be mentioning. So please shout out about yourself. Okay, go ahead, Samah. Sorry.
I was going to ask a question because since we're talking about other women and the importance of supporting each other, and of course, all of us reach where we are now because of the support of the community, the network. I'm just asking Mary and June, is there a women in tech or women you work with who has inspired you, who help you shape your path? And even if it's not in tech, if it's someone from your inner circle, your family, we'd love to hear about them.
I know so many women who've been impactful, both in tech and outside of tech. And just to add to what Michelle was saying, I definitely would recommend a lot of women to share their stories. I'm a big advocate of if you don't tell your story, nobody's going to know. So we need to tell our stories, when we're ready to tell them. But we should tell them because it will help other women out there also who are experiencing the same thing navigate how to solve those problems. So yes, I can think of a number of women in my head who've been very impactful. Oh, there's my friend who's most likely watching right now, Data. I met her at the WordPress meetup, and we are not of the same mom, but we like to say that we're born of the same mom because people say we look alike. Like somebody went to her and was like, "Oh, Mary, you should do this," and she was like, "I'm not Mary. Who's this Mary? Everybody keeps talking about." And somebody came to me and was like, "Oh, you were just." I'm like, "No." And then I met her after the meetup. I was like, "Oh, wow, maybe we need to ask our moms why we look so much alike." But Adida has been really impactful in my journey. I've learned a lot from her. She's an amazing person. There's Cameroon Sherry from my days during my master's in Babcock. There's my mom. She's a strong woman. I mean, she's a strong, stubborn woman. I guess I take my stubbornness from her. I don't know. But yeah, there are quite a number of them, and I'm grateful to have those people. There's my best friend who is late now. So I had this joke growing up, like, I didn't have a lot of female best friends. I was best friends with all the males, but not the females. But I had one that stood out, Kemi Ayuna. She's late now, quite sad. But yeah, I would never forget how all of those women contributed to, especially it being supportive of me, who I am, what I do, and vice versa. I can't forget all of those people.
Fantastic. What other
Yeah.
questions do you have for each other?
What a word.
Do you have questions for each other? Do you
Oh,
want to ask? Yeah.
no, you mean like for my friends or for June?
For June.
Oh, okay, no, let June go first and then I'll ask her a
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay. Well, inspiring women. I think that the women in my life, family members, like I was saying, some of them were, pioneers in their field. Not like hidden figures type pioneer, but um, yeah. I
Close.
mean, my mom is an immigrant. Almost a single mom. Raising two girls, and she took on a lot of it, and so I feel like I do look up to her a lot. She did things that was beyond her imagination. Coming to the country by herself, and just trying to do what she can. So yeah, I look up to that. As far as industry in tech, I think there's so many that we can look up to, and not just in tech, but also tech development and accessibility development. There are several women that I can kind of pick and think about that. But just those women as a field, they hit that trifecta of influence. So yeah.
Okay, one question you can ask each other. Mary, what would you ask of June?
Yes, I wanted to ask, because you talked about the industry you were in before and how you would bring up suggestions and I mean, they wouldn't like, like take it the way you'd expect them to receive it. I can't imagine that must have made you feel one type of way, because I know I would feel one type of way, but how did you overcome that, having to deal with that like every time you show up at work? Because I don't know how I would have dealt with something like
I'm
that.
not so sure I did so well back then. It was very frustrating, to be very honest about it. I think that the group of workers or coworkers that I had, they were in a mindset where they didn't want to change, and I think that can come across in any type of group. If there's a group think that they just want to keep the same way, it's very difficult to break through that. The leadership is definitely very important. I was fortunate enough to have a supervisor that was very supportive of me, but his leadership wasn't influential enough to overpower that groupthink. So I think it's culture definitely makes a difference, and leadership makes a difference. I think, Mary, what I took away from that experience is what I want to do next. And I honestly cannot say that I overcame that very well, but I certainly took from that lesson what I want to do next. So.
Thank you for sharing. It
Oh.
does reinforce one point, the fact that we need more women in positions of influential leadership. That's what I take away from it.
Yeah. And tying in with project management is also, I find, it needs to address mental health too, because if you don't have that baseline of that trust, that mutual trust, and a environment where everybody feels safe, you as a business, you can't really grow and scale. And so when you can build a group and build a team that has that foundational security, and it covers many things. It covers economics, it covers mental health, it covers mutual respect. And if you can build that foundation with your team, then it's a great situation. Yeah. Now, Mary, my question to you is, you're working along with the meetups, and you see such a small group of women. How do you encourage other women to come to your meetups?
You have 2 minutes to answer, Mary.
Yes, I know. So I have this principle, like, be what you want others to see, like, be the change you want others to see. By stepping forward, that's inspiring enough for other people. And I constantly like remind, like, I need more women to speak up. I encourage people to show up, women especially, because I'm all for supporting women. I encourage women to show up whenever they can, when they're ready. It's intentional, I would say. You have to be intentional about it. That's what I noticed when we did a lot of cleanups. You have to be intentional about getting women to get involved. And you also have to be the face. You have to like sacrifice yourself and be the face of that person that is bringing all of those women in, and then they can follow. There are so many women that have come up, in our communities that are now taking like front
Oh,
center places simply because they're like, oh no, Mary's doing a great job. Let's follow her, and stuff like that. But you have to be intentional about bringing women. That's the one thing I've noticed. You can't be laid back and say, you know what, let me just do what I do and wait for them to show up. No, you have to reach out, you have to pull them in, you have to encourage, you have to be patient.
yeah. Well, I give you a lot of kudos for reaching out and pulling up, because that's almost just as hard. Yeah.
Well, it's amazing how quickly 25 minutes goes by, but thank you both so much for joining from your little desks and areas of the world. I think of ourselves as being in small areas, but having global impacts. So I appreciate both of you and the work that you do. I know Samah does too. I'm going to cut us both off and give 2 minutes for everybody to use the restroom before we come back with our next guests. So Thank you, June. I'm going to take you both off really quick. Thank you, Mary. We'll talk to you both hopefully very soon.
Yeah.
And I've been working in the background here. So I've got media assets to put up while we take a quick break. And we will be back in about 3 minutes. So now's the time to grab your coffee, your water, your whatever. And maybe if you haven't already joined Underrepresented in Tech, our database, it's on the screen here. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you.
Yes. See you in a couple of minutes.
Yep. back. Samah will join us momentarily. I don't see your face, Samah, but I hear you.
That's perfect because I'm trying to find out how can you let me see my.
Oh, she'll be back in a moment. As you all know, when you do a live event, sometimes there are technical difficulties, but we continue to push on, and I know Samah will be with us momentarily. We have 4 women joining us next who are just tremendous in the work that they do in the community and for other women in technology. Oh, here she is. Hold on. There she is. Yay!
First technical issue of the day. How cannot
They're
wait.
bound to happen. They're bound to happen. As a typical American, I sometimes struggle with pronouncing people's last names. So I'm going to introduce our guests by their first names, but I'll bring them all on stage first. And so we can get an idea of who we're talking to this time. And we have Shiba, Sumaya, Prema, and Mumtahina. Did I say your names properly? At least close enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
I try. Wait, here she's in there. Okay, Samah's back. We see you. Samah, let's you introduce this session.
Yes, welcome everyone. And for me, I know like this session is we're going to talk about the main session was to talk about 1 second to grab my notes because about Asian emerging tech voices, but of course Shiba join us and we'd like to make it a little bit more global, not only related to Asia. I know Samira, and apologies if I pronounce your name right, and Zam and Tahina. There are 3 of them from Bangladesh, and I have a question for me. Love to first of all,
let me interrupt really quickly. Somebody's background that has a lot of background noise. So if you could mute yourselves when you're not speaking, that way we could hear a little bit better, if you don't mind. So.
Yeah, it would be great if
I think it's
Samaya. Maya,
thank you for inviting me. I am really happy to be here today. And my name is Sumaya Akhtar. I am a software engineer from Bangladesh. I mainly work with backend technologies like Laravel and PHP for building web applications and APIs. And I also like Vue.js for creating interactive web applications in the front end. In addition, I like working with DevOps tools like Docker and CI/CD pipeline to make run smooth development. And I became interested in programming during my university life. And since then, I have been learning and building different web applications and APIs. And I also enjoy contributing to open source project and learning new things in technology.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. And next one, Sheba, am I pronounce your name right? Would you love to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Shiba Ayinza from Uganda. And yeah, you've actually pronounced it well.
Thanks.
Yeah, how? Yeah, so I'm lead facilitator educating the children. And we have programs where we mentor girls in programming, digital skills, how they can tell their stories to get opportunities. Yes, so yeah, that's Shiba.
Yeah, welcome, Shiba. And
thank you.
Pema, am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, that's right. No problem. Okay, so actually, my full name is Anjuman Ara Choudhury, and I work as a product marketing lead at Fluent Community. That is a product of WP Manage Ninja. We basically made all the WordPress products. So yeah, I have been working in this field since last 6 years, and so far, I'm enjoying the journey. And
Amazing.
I'm contributing to WordPress since last 4 years, I guess. Yeah.
Impressive. Nice. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. And Tahina, am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah, it's fine. Hi, I'm Mumtahina Faguni. I am from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I am working in a WordPress-based product-based company. It's WP developer. Here I'm working as a marketing executive, and I have graduated from computer science and engineering. Then now working in marketing, and as part-time my time I divided to my daughter Aurora and rest of the time for kind of WordPress, because I love hosting programs and contributing here. So I have organized Women Day in Dhaka. We arranged it 1 month ahead, and I am contributing to many work camps. So I am so excited to meet you all. That's all.
The same here. I'm really happy to meet all of you. And to start, I want to ask a question for all of you. Feel free to jump in to answer it. As women working in technology, and especially, let's say it more in WordPress, in Bangladesh, and I know Shiba's in Uganda, what challenges have you faced, and how have those experiences shaped your career and your collaboration with the community?
Who do you want to ask first, Samah, so we can make sure that we're...
Anyone would like to jump in for an answer? That would be great. I'm not going to call anyone out.
Okay.
Yes, I want to share. One challenge I faced is that there are not many women in tech. So at the beginning, I sometimes felt a little bit alone. So, and sometimes people think men are more technical. So you think you need to improve your skill and show your skill. But I didn't see it's a big problem. Instead, it motivated me and learn more and improve more skill. And I think in this case, continuous learning played a big role. I kept learning every day because tech changes fast. So I wanted to stay up to date with new tools and ideas. Being the part of the tech community also helped me a lot, connecting with other developers, contributing to open sources, and sharing knowledge with others helped me both technically and professionally.
Amazing. Nice.
Thank you.
I want to add, if you look through from girls in Bangladesh from school and then college and then job life, in schools it is more common to have only girls school and only boys school. So sometimes from there the discrimination, I won't say discrimination, I say the flow of data is less. Like when boys are getting some various school exciting activities, competition around the country, invitation, our girls school receives a list of them. So we know less from our school life. They are happening everything all over the world, but we know kind of less from a school. Then when you went to college, then your surrounding become a much bigger. But there also a good part play, that is in Bangladesh, our capital city is Dhaka. So mostly our so many things, infrastructures, villages are based on Dhaka. So the facilities girls or boys get in Dhaka school and colleges that from other districts are get lesser. So here also we face kind of a this area-based geological kind of discrimination, and then the job life that is Sumaya explained perfectly.
Yeah. Shepa, I'm really interested in the African community because I know after COVID time there's a lot of word camps happening in Kenya, Uganda, and I know the communities also in Cameroon is like being active, also in Nigeria. And I know that the situation for technology, or especially women, because the economy and most of the time is the man is the breadwinner. And I know you're doing this amazing project for teaching kids. I would love to know more about it, what has helped you and what is the challenges. And if you want to share kudos or celebration for someone who helped you to make this project happen.
Yeah, thank you, Samah. Yeah, currently, as there is something I had missed out in my introduction. I've got an opportunity to organize word camps, to volunteer, and to speak as well. Yeah, but one of the challenges is the imposter syndrome. You know, when you feel maybe I'm not yet there, but you have everything. Yeah, so that's one of the biggest challenges. But through the mentorship sessions, we've always given opportunities to anyone that feels that they can work out something, however little it is, such that they build on their confidence, they see themselves in that person that they would wish to be. And then when it gets to organizing the events and all that, you'll find that most women are not, okay, the biggest percentage is the male that really get involved in them, but we are trying as much as possible so that we increase the numbers. Yeah. So that's one of the ways that we've really helped the ladies to find themselves in those spaces. Yeah.
Amazing. And this question I would love to hear, Pema, is I know open source communities thrives on collaboration, thrives on supporting each other. And I know the Bangladesh community and a lot of communities in Asia, like they are thriving, they're supporting each other. I would love to know from you as a woman, as especially what the importance of sharing stories, because inspiring each other, supporting each other. Would love to hear your WordPress story, how it started, and how you, if there's something you would love to share with us, also to share some, to celebrate someone who helped you and support you during your journey.
Thank you, Sama, for your question. Yeah, actually, I have started my WordPress journey in 2019, and by joining at WP Manage Ninja. So at the beginning, I was as my background is a business study, and I am working in a tech field in a marketing. So I know marketing very well, but marketing in a tech industry like WordPress, it was a bit tough for me at the beginning. And as we already know that it's already in Bangladesh perspective, people think that men are much doing great in this field. And Faguni mentioned that as Dhaka based companies are doing much better, and as I am based in Sylhet, the problem was that we are not we are not aware of this kind of industry at the in our college life or in our university life. We get to know about this knowledge after our graduation or some sort of field. So yeah, I have faced some problems at the beginning in my tech to get knowledge about the what can I say, WordPress based products, but it was gradually increased by the time. And so many people from my office helped me through it. So I would like to mention one name. Her name was Mahia Chaudhuri. She was first. She was the first in my office who first get to know about the WordPress-based women in tech programs, women WordPress-based programs. So I get to learn much from her. So yeah, that was the name. And I think it's very important to share stories in basically to inspire women in this field, because at some point women lost their sparks in this type of careers, because they don't get much support from the other women, or let's not mention about the men only. Sometimes it's the
True.
women also
Yeah.
who doesn't support each other, or who doesn't want to show another one, see another one to go in a higher rank like them, like she or her. So yeah, it's very important to support each other, support another one's story, support my story, support share everyone's story, to
Yeah.
see how women are doing this much good in this field at recent days. So yeah.
One of the things that we mentioned in the last session was that sometimes you have to shout out your own successes, because
Yes.
Men do that all the time. They tell us everything about themselves. And many of us have, certainly I'm older than I think all of you, but was raised that you don't brag about yourself. We're women. We just keep it quiet. And I think that that's false, right? And one of the ways that we can encourage other women is to show how successful we have become. I'll just share there's so many wonderful comments. I can't share them all on screen, of course. But Ivana says that I already like Prema's story as it's similar to hers with marketing background. So she's thanking you for sharing it, which just actually punctuates what you just said. So it's wonderful. I love that.
Thank you.
And Shiba, you have a huge following here. So you're going to have lots of women who are saying hello to you today. This one, my girl, Shiva, out here representing us. So there's so many people. So you're all very well loved in the communities. I can tell by the comments today.
This is amazing.
Yeah, Samah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know representing is growing, but we still need to do more. So when I say representing is us as a woman, otherwise in Asian community, African community, European, the whole worldwide, especially in WordPress. I know there's still barriers. I would love to hear from all of you. What changes would you love to see in the tech industry, in our WordPress community over the next 5 to 10 years for women and underrepresented people in group? How people who can hear us today, how we can help each other to thrive, to have more women in WordPress and tech.
Should I go first?
Sure. Sure.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Samar. Yeah, so what I would like to see is I'm calling upon all women, yeah, because the ball is in our hands. Like, if you want to do something, you should be the first person to show that you are really interested in this. It shouldn't be like you shouldn't wait for some other person to maybe hold your hand and then, I mean, we are the ones that know what we want. So I believe when we all make up our minds to get there, we will. Then the second thing is the presence of your online presence, just as the way Michelle has mentioned. The more you shout out what you're doing, what you're working on, because how will people get to know what we do if we are not sharing with them? So I believe in the next 5 or 10 years, that can be part of us so that people get to know. And that's how it will add on the numbers, on the statistics that is currently in existence, to show that, oh, all right, now women are somehow getting closer to that number that is outbeating the men. Yeah. So then the third thing is we shouldn't wait for having 100% everything that we feel, If you learn something, you can use it to get something better. Like, we shouldn't wait until we have 100%. Yeah. Then the fourth and the last thing is sometimes people think that when you fail on something, you're not good. Yeah. So let's celebrate our failures. They shouldn't draw us back. Let's celebrate our failures. In the next 10 or 15 years to come, we'll be the ones holding. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing. I love your third point, which is like, I call it good to go, because we women, when we apply for jobs, we have to take everything in the job. While man said, like, I know how to use a computer, I can apply for that job. Like, good to go mentality is a key for success. And making mistakes is give you the experience in life. We should make mistakes. We should learn from them and move and thrive. Thanks a lot, Shiba. Who would love to go next?
Yeah, I think I can talk about this. It's very important that, as Sheba mentioned, that it's very important to continue whatever you are doing. In our cases, sometimes it's difficult to continue. sometimes we got messed up with we got messed up about thinking about, okay, what is my main goal, what is my main career, I have to do, in what point I have to focus more, because we have to do a lot of things, we have to do multiple things. In my career there was a drop down drop down in the flow when I got married, because I have to maintain a lot of things.
Mhm.
As in, my in-laws are in a joint family environment, so I have to maintain a lot of things. After doing a full-time job, I had to come back to home, serve guests at home, attend too many programs. So that time I was confused that in which field I need to focus. Is it my in-laws, or is it my job, or is it me? But men have less difficulties than us, I believe. So they easily can get focus on one thing, that is making money, or that is going with their career and everything. So yeah, it is difficult for us, but still I think we can do it. So we have to make our mind first that uh, what is my goal in career, what can I achieve with all of these things, with all of my responsibilities. So yeah, and I want to see all the women in tech in Bangladesh, that they need to they are studying, they are doing good in their study field, but after some time they are stepping out from their career, because they cannot made their mind what can they do. It is they can believe in themselves actually. So first we need to believe in ourselves, then I believe that we can see a huge number of career growth, or women in tech, or whatever women are doing, they can grow in their field.
Amazing. Thank you. I agree with you. And sometimes it's also we put pressure on each other that we have to have the perfect image, that you can have the
Yes,
family, the career,
yes,
and everything. Like you always
yes,
have to be beautiful, you have to be in good health, you have to be slim, you have to have a successful career, and be your house is good. And sometimes it's okay not to have it all. But yeah, thanks, Pema. Thanks a lot. Sumaya or Tahina, would you like to share your what would you think it's going to be really valuable for next 5 to 10 years to do to make sure we have more women in the tech community?
For community activity, I think there we can uh, introduce or involve more sponsorship or scholarship or stipend, like this kind of things. Like I want at a time, just after our liberation war, there was a severe drop in girls in school. So that time government gives a scholarship, whoever family scholarship takes something, like whoever will come to visit a school, who will send their daughter school, they will get something from the government. So I think in if I talk in Bangladesh perspective, I through arranging women meetups, I found many amazing women who are housewives. You know, it's very common in Bangladesh. Like after marriage, you don't do any particular job, remote or 9 to 5 job. It's very common, but they are all educated. You know, they come from a great background, and maybe before marriage or before having kids, they were doing something creative or meaningful. But after these changes, they choose to be a housewife. It's totally fine, but this kind of community activities, if we can show, I have shared them, but if we can manage like something to bring them here in Dhaka, like the remotest district from Dhaka, I would say is Tetulia. There is a far north district. So I can manage that. Next year I'm having a women meetup, and if I can talk there, take people and say that I would love to pay at least transfer fees, like a journey fees for a person who are interested. I think these kind of things would inspire more. Similar to what camps, yeah, we what camps, we have scholarships, but there is we select only one person, and it's very competitive. And I was thinking if we can select community based, or communities, we can have budget for some kind of special persons. Like we now have 3 regional tech word camps. If we can plan like this, that from this community we would recommend one girl and boy, and the community will be helpful. Like I think this money, or taking that person, showing that person the direct path. Yes, you have enrolled here, we will take you there. This kind of help or encouragement would help to get more women's
Nice. That's
in
good.
this community.
I know there's an amazing fund to help speakers, especially women or underrepresented, called Youth Diversity Fund. I'm just doing a
I
small
got it.
ad, Michelle. Yeah.
We're allowed.
And
You're
I'm
allowed.
currently working at a trust, and this is, I consider it one of my babies, one of my favorite funds. This fund is created to help women and people underrepresented from all around the globe to speak, share knowledge. So if you know someone this can be a little bit helpful, then it's a little bit can encourage, please, people can apply in it. Sumaya, would love to hear your thoughts. I know we're over time in 1 minute, but we'd love to hear your thoughts about this. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I think sometimes women feel confused between career and personal life, that Prema shared. Society often expects women to manage family responsibilities while also build their career. And I think Bangladesh is a rapidly growing tech ecosystem. Many startups and software companies are growing, but even though the tech industry is still developing, there are many opportunities, but there is still room for women to join and grow. So why I think community, this type of event can help us.
Amazing. Thank you, Sumaya.
Wonderful.
I think thank you all today. I could
Yes.
talk with you for the next 10 hours. I would love, of course, to know more, and hopefully I can see you in WordCamp Asia. Michelle and I, we can see you somewhere around the world, or we can have you in our regular podcast session to know more about your story, to dive deep, know more. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for making the WordPress community and the tech more diverse. And I cannot wait to see more what the future brings and what your achievement and where you're going through. Michelle,
And thank you for giving up part of your Sunday to be with us today. I really, I know we appreciate you so much, and taking the time to share your stories. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break now, and then we'll be back with our next set of guests. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Bye, everybody.
See you too. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you for having us.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 minutes. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Give me a break.
It is so crazy how quickly 2 minutes goes by. Sorry to catch you off guard, Samah. You're like, wait, we're live. I am just blown away by the accomplishments and the contributions by all of our guests today. I keep forgetting to. I'm trying to do the technical part of this today too, and I'm a little late on some of the things, but we're getting there. One of the things that I wanted to say too, and not to draw too much attention to this, but I hear often from men that why do we even need to have days like today? Y'all are already working in our fields and things like that. But we have a lot of troll in the comments already. Say, happy International Sandwich Makers Day. I booted them. I deleted the comment, whatever. There will always be people like that, no matter who you are and what you are. But the fact that our comments today are overwhelmingly positive and really share the stories of so many amazing women, I think I'm just very excited. I think we have one guest so far for the next session. I want to remind people that at least I know the time change day happens differently in different parts of the world. And so it did happen for me last night, which means that instead of getting up at 5 a.m., it really felt like 4 a.m. this morning. And it's 7 a.m. here now. And so we may have people coming and going in opposite times of when we thought they would be here. And that's perfectly fine. We're going to bring people on when they're with us. And so we have one person who's joining us so far. If we have others, we'll bring them in a minute. But do you want to introduce this next session, Samah, before we bring Indira on the screen?
Definitely. The next session is engineering and development perspective. Everyone enters the tech industry throughout a different path, and those journeys often shape how we approach problem solving and collaboration in engineering. We have, I don't know, we should have 3 guests, but I know the time difference. So we have an amazing speaker line. Is Sheba here or who's on?
Sheba was in our last session. I don't know if she's planning to be in this one. Sheba, put yourself on camera if you'd like to join us again.
Yes, that would be perfect, Sheba, because we'd love to have more to talk with you. That would be awesome.
And I see Mumtahina is also still here, so we'll bring everybody on who's here right now.
Yes,
so here's Indira, Mumtahina, and Sheba. So welcome. Your friendly faces. I don't mind seeing you more than once.
Yeah, lovely. So yeah, welcome. We were talking about the next session is engineering and development perspective. And it will be a great. I was talking earlier about like everyone journey in tech start differently through different paths, and this journey often shape how we approach problem solving and collaboration engineering. I would love first, before we start, I would love to introduce yourself. I know Sheba and Mumtahina, you shared it earlier, but Indira, am I pronouncing your name right? I would love to, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, you are pronouncing it absolutely right. Hi everyone. My name is Indira Biswas. I am a WordPress quality assurance engineer and a proud WordPress contributor too, and a community speaker as well. I'm passionate about building a web that works for everyone, especially people who are often overlooked when the technology is designed. In my work, I test WordPress website to ensure they function well, but more importantly, that they are usable and accessible for the real people with the different abilities and speeches. And apart from work, I like to play ukuleles. I do surfing, I do stand-up paddlings, and more adventurous things. Yeah, that's it, Ira.
Amazing. Yeah. I know International Women's Day is a time to celebrate achievement and reflect on the progress women has made in different industries and technology. I would love to hear you, Indira, and of course Sheba and Mumtahina, if you like to share with us what does International Women's Day mean to you personally as women working in engineering and technology.
All right. Let me hope I'm audible.
Yeah, we can hear you, Sheba. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. International Women's Day to me with the theme that we have currently, I'm going to be in line with that, which is give to gain. Before joining the tech community or the tech space, I didn't have any sense of direction, surely. So it was through the mentorship, those that really sacrifice time for me to see that I get there. Yeah. So what it really means is, as a woman, if a door was open for me, then I shouldn't close it for the other people that are coming behind me.
Mm-hmm.
I should sacrifice time. If time was sacrificed for me, I should give in like all I have to say that there is this woman that is joining tech and they're really feeling comfortable. Yeah, because of course you can't give what you don't have. So if someone poured into me, then I should do the same to the others. So I feel this Women's Day with a theme give to gain, I feel I should give more and more, because there is a future for this person that mentoring, and so that I see them get to where they would like to be. Yeah, thank you.
It's really good. Fun, like we talked, Michelle and I, once in our podcast session, the importance of women supporting women. It's not like, because most of them, when they go higher in the ladder of the corporate or business, they should stretch their arms to help other women to go up. And also that we should also, as women, help women to shine, like that is really important, that to support each other. If we can give small opportunity, or we can keep the door open for more women, for more underrepresented people to be more in tech. Yeah. Thanks, Shiba. Indira?
Yeah, sure. So I want to also share my journey, how I came into the tech and how WordPress community has shaped me. Maybe that can give other women to start their journey in a tech. So I started as a QA engineer testing WordPress sites and products. While working on this project, I became curious how the platform works and how such a large ecosystem is maintained. That curiosity led me to explore the open source community, and that realized something very special about WordPress, that how simple and welcoming the contribution process here. And in the community, there is really no such things. I have been advocating this things many times. I have said this line many times. There is no a small or big contribution. Every contribution matters in WordPress. Whether someone is testing a bug, improving any documentation, translation, content, anything, every contribution matters, and help improves the platform for millions of users. Another thing I also appreciate about the community is the culture of sharing experience and learning from each other. People openly share their experience, their journey, their challenges, which makes easier for others to get started and feel supported. And this journey has been wonderful. I'm still learning, and the learning phase never stops. I also had opportunity to engage with the community and speak at WordPress events, different local WordCamps, sharing my insights about contributing and people to get involved. I also help people to get started with the WordPress throughout my workshops. So I guess supporting each other is the main thing, and bringing the people who need our help, not only women, everyone who need our help. It's very necessary to bring help them and support each other. While it is important to support women in tech, it's equally important to support anyone who needs the encouragement, guidance, or any opportunity to grow.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Tahina, would you like to share if you want to talk about it, or?
Yeah, I can share a few words. The thing is, I believe in days. There should be Mother's Day, Father's Day, Women's Day. There should be anniversary, or like these activities, any act of day, dog day, pet day. Because these days, like we have a 365 days. So you are so much motivated in the middle of month, year, or any day. But to keep your motivation ongoing, you need a day the next year that will give you a reminder that you have done this much or you have to go more further this much. So I think it's important. So have this kind of days.
Okay, amazing. I believe in sharing stories, inspiring, and sometimes we talked earlier in our previous session. We should share our stories, share our wins. I know till now, tech and engineering still a male-dominated industries, and through this changing, women are still underrepresented. And I think maybe I'm looking to Michelle. The studies shows until now maybe between 20 and 30% only of tech force are women. You as a leader, as working as engineers, as working more and more in tech, I would love to hear a story you have encountered that shaped your career to help you, someone help you to come over obstacles or a challenge that you have faced, especially from. To be honest, most of the time, like men knows it better. They are better in engineering. They are better in tech. How did you come over it? Love to hear all of your, if you have stories or if you want to share a story about it. Yeah.
Shiva?
Okay.
Yeah, Shiva can go.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for that question. I've always made sure, because learning is part of me. Like, I would like to learn something new and see that at least I contribute something to it. Yes. So how or what obstacles have I faced there are times when you are working on either project and then you get stuck somewhere. So there are communities, and the good thing with the communities we have here in Uganda, the moment you post that, hey, I'm stuck here, or has someone ever come across this specific challenge, people will be willing to help, and they've really helped. So that has also been good, a learning experience for me, because people who are always willing to help are good people, you know? Yeah, so of course, challenges keep on showing in different ways, but apart from community, I've made sure that I also do more research, because with tech, things change every day. What you knew today, tomorrow will be different. So yeah, I make it a point to research. Then on with the online presence and the way people attempt how they go about different challenges, as you read about their experience, you'll find that you are learning something that is going to help you. Yeah, so that has really been a good learning curve for me. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
Indira?
So, one challenge I feel when I am very early to my career was confidence. Because sometimes when you enter a technical space which is male dominated, especially when you new, you may feel like you need to improve yourself more. What helped me to overcome this is continuous learning and the community support. And I have also get a chance to work under a good manager who was a lady that inspired me a lot. So how she's calling everyone shots, talking in between the round table, putting her thoughts, that inspired a lot to start my journey. And being a part of the WordPress community and contributing to the open source helped me realize everyone is learning and growing together. And over the time, I understood that your work and consistency speak louder than the doubts. and that gave me confidence to keep moving forward and believe that you belong in tech.
I
So
love
my advice, yeah, and my advice will be to everyone who is listening that don't wait until you feel completely ready. Just go there and do mistakes and
yeah.
learn from your mistakes.
I think that's really healthy advice. Is if you wait till you feel you're ready, you will probably be late to the game, especially
Yeah.
as quickly as technology moves, right?
Yes, it's emerging very fast. Every day
Mhm.
you wake up, it's new technology.
One of the things that Shiva mentioned in our last session was the idea of imposter syndrome. So I'm going to ask Mumtahina if you have experienced imposter syndrome at all in the work that you have been doing.
It's kind of feeling I think everyone goes through, that we at some point we all feel that I am not who I am, or I'm not doing what I should. So yeah, I have faced that. As the question actually we are talking about, that actually reflects my journey as well, because I'm from tech background. Now I'm in marketing. The main reason of shifting, I would say, there is a still bit of probability of like that I was not finding my way in coding or programming. In which line should I go? In which section should I emphasize? And maybe that kind of thing. I think that time, if would anyone say like, wait a bit, you will do okay in this field also. Like that could be like my different journey, but I don't know if after that I would be in this community or not. But that's the thing, like in every phases, whether if you are going in technical line or in marketing line, there should be more people. Like for going for marketing, I would give credit to one of my senior brother. He said me when I was so puzzled about in which line should I do, he guided me that you would good, or if you want you can good in this line, because you have this and this and then this, you can do this and this like this way. So that actually helped me and inspired me, like from not being from marketing, you can still be in marketing. Like if there are people who just after fresh graduation confused like me, if they can get the guide they want, then facing that difficulties or challenges would more easier for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it is imposter syndrome. Everyone felt it, like especially I know women more than men. Like you feel like, and I understand sometimes you need that someone to help you to tell you, yeah, you're doing right, you're good, you're fit here, you belong to this. What do you think about the sense of belonging? Because sometimes we women we work a little bit, not we a bit, we always work harder, we need to take it to the next level, the pressure for us to show that we are equal, that we can bring to the table the same any other one else, and especially uh, not only women of color, women of different ethnicity, and that is sometimes is put more pressure on us. The sense of belonging, especially in engineering, in technology, in tech, how it can be really important. And what do you think our allies, our people who support us, who really are encourage us, what do you think they can help you to feel more the sense of belonging? And especially maybe I'm going to drag it back to the WordPress community. uh, Love to hear your thoughts, and feel free, I don't like to call anyone out. Just jump in when you would love to say something.
Yeah, let me go first. So whenever you feel that, let me give you actually an experience that I had the other month. So I talked to my mentor, and then this is what I told her, that have you ever thought that you're not good enough for something? I don't know whether she's on the call, but and then she sent me just one word, and that really pushed me, So at some point, when you feel you're not good enough, someone just needs a pat on the back that, hey, you know what? You can do this. I mean, you are good. You're not seeing the good yet, but you are good. I'm sure putting this on your plate, but you are good, In most cases, that's what we need. Then the other thing is for those that don't have mentors, because these people have been there and they know when to do certain things, and advise. So the moment you are in the tech space, not actually even the tech space alone, but wherever, we need mentors. Yeah. Yes.
I love it, Sheba, because I think I agree with you. That is my fuel personally at work. I'd love to my mentor, my superior told me like, you're doing good. Like, and then it makes me happy to make me do more, like I want to be more proactive. I want to do more. And you're absolutely right. That is mentors and people to tell you shout out and celebrate each other. The vibe of positivity that give us empower, that make us to do more. It's really amazing. It's the perfect recipe for success. Indira, I love to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely, I agree with Shiva and some of you have said. I guess we should encourage women to ask questions, share their ideas, and participate more, and make them believe that our voice deserves to be heard and our ideas are valuable. We should speak up, contribute more, and we don't need to underestimate our voices. And yeah, growth also become very easier when we have a women each other back. We can back up each other and lift up each other. When one woman grow in tech, she opens the door for many more people. So I guess yeah, we should not underestimate our value.
I agree with you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. One thing I'd love also to add, but the confidence, I agree. Like it's a learning process. Sometimes I wish I was have the self-confidence that I have today when I was in my 20s. And I think that is to support each other, to have self-confidence. It's come with age, with growing in your career also, or you're lucky that people around you to support you, who give it to you earlier stage, that you're doing a good job to support you, and then it can give you the amazing post. Mam Tahina, would love to hear your thoughts about this.
Yeah, I think in a workplace, the seniors plays a very important role to empower and flourish others. Like if I am a team lead, I will definitely have some people who are very attentive, who put my words to the point. And also there are some, I would have team members who are not following directly what I am saying, but they are bringing different fresh perspective in the table too, or they are things different creatively. I think in every workplaces, I think the seniors plays very crucial thing. Like if I want to say a good word about totally unknown person, we should have the capability to do that too. Like your your smile is nice for compliment. So similar for the senior persons in workplaces, they should have or build the capability to praise or uh, see the person, everyone who is doing. Like if you can see someone is not doing good performance, then you can if you can have a talk, small talk, then you can hear that she is having trouble in home, or her home is so far away from her office, so she has to go through a tiring journey every day. And these kind of things, I think, like in inspiring people, like no matter what gender or what race, it should be something we should start building inside us, like and we can implement this on anyone we see in front of us, so it will cheer up that person, whether he is a little boy or little girl.
I agree with you. I know I'm pretty sure gonna pronounce the name wrongly. Chimamanda. She spoke in a lot of idea in an interview. It talks about confidence and how women are often taught to deflect compliments. Like when we always say someone tell you you're doing well and you're doing things, and everyone said like, yes, thank you, but she always reply, I know. Yeah, that is like really like the high level of the confidence.
Yeah.
And the idea of just like if someone say you're beautiful, I know, like you're doing a great job, I know. We usually say thank you and start mentioning
Right.
like other people and the reasons, but she was like, it's so beautiful to reach that high level of confidence that we know we're doing good job. We know whatever shape, whatever how we look, we are beautiful and
Mhm.
bring a lot of things to the table. And I hope to reach that level, everyone. I know level.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that in our industry, if we get called a bitch, it's a compliment because we're making strides and people are seeing like they're almost threatened by the work that we're doing. As
Yeah.
opposed to,
Right.
it's like, oh, am I really? Oh, thank you. I'm so happy. I was hoping somebody would think of me that way. Well, we're
Yeah.
at time, so I want to say thank you so much, Indira, Shiva, and Mumtahina. Thank you so much for joining us and taking part of your Sunday to share your stories and your just your advice and things like that. I think it's amazing. You represent women and women in your areas of the world, especially, so well, and I'm so grateful that you've taken the time to be with us today. We're going to take about 3 minutes because we always go over.
More time
We
for
got
a break.
2 last time. We're gonna take a quick break because we're on for like 7 hours all day today. So we need to run to the restroom and make a cup of coffee. But we'll be back on top of the hour with new guests. So thank you, Indira, Shiva, and Mumtahina. We're gonna take everybody off now, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
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 I'm very inspired, Samah. I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Same. See you in a couple of minutes. Miss me.
I will. Yeah, my mic was muted. Samah, you ready? I'll bring you on screen. Here we go.
Ready. I was born ready.
You were born ready. I didn't want to catch you unawares. I see we have one of our speakers for this next session already in the backstage. It might be the three of us, and if others are able to join, I will mention once again, if you're just joining us, that we had a little thing in the U.S. called time change. So we went back an hour last night, which I think is throwing some people off. And when you deal with 24 time zones around the world, sometimes it kind of messes with things a little bit. So, but Jessica.
If it goes as planned, where's the fun in that?
Oh, for sure. And it just shows that as women, we can just roll with anything, right? Like we are used to this kind of thing. We do have Jessica, and I hope I'm going to say your name right, Jessica. Jessica Minginelli. Hopefully that's close enough. She can tell us if the right way to pronounce it is in the green room backstage. We're going to bring her on in just a second. But I just wanted to say I'm just 100% inspired by the women who we have today joining us and the things that they've already shared. And I hope that, we're going to have however many hours of programming. I've kind of lost track of what we're doing today. At the end, this is all going to be one giant event on YouTube, but we are going to slice it up into individual events so that we will have each session separately that you can go back and watch later, especially if there's a topic or a person that you're very interested in. So you'll be able to see those probably by the end of next week, maybe a little longer. It depends on how long it takes to chop them all up. It's not quick, but and I'll have to add intros and all of that good stuff. But yeah, so you'll have all of those separately. We'll share them on our social medias and things like that. I have put in I'll bring the banner up too. If you are an underrepresented person, we would love to have you on underrepresentedintech.com. We have a database there. You can join that. People are often found for full-time and part-time work as podcast guests, bloggers, guest bloggers, speaking. A lot of people are found for speaking engagements, things like WordCamps and such, and even more things than that, just making connections within the underrepresented communities. Just go to underrepresentedintech.com. At the very top, you'll see join the database, and we would love to have you there.
Yeah.
So our next, let me pull up my notes here. Our next session is on leadership and business strategy. I wanted you to go ahead and give us your introduction, Samah, and I will bring Jessica into the chat.
Yeah. Leadership, scaling, organization, and the role of AI in the future of work. Modern leadership requires balancing innovation, operational efficiency, and people-centered decision-making. As organizations scale and AI becomes more integrated into daily workflows, leaders must rethink how teams operate, collaborate, and adapt to rapid change. Welcome, Jessica. Welcome, and we're really happy to have you here. And we would love to for you to introduce yourself, because Michelle and we can do a good job, but I think the best advocate for yourself is yourself.
Well, thank you for having me. My name is Jessica Minginelli. So, Michelle, well done on the pronunciation. I am based in Dublin, Ireland, but I am originally from Italy. And I've been in tech for more than 15 years at this point. But I am not a technical person, so I'm not in STEM or engineering or data science or anything like that. So I am a director of operations and AI transformation, currently an independent consultant, but I spent the last 9 years at Salesforce as a director of operations. And before that, I was at Google. And so one of the messages I want to give today is that you don't have to come from STEM, or you don't have to have a data science or background to be in tech. So there's so much more in technology companies and in tech in general. And I'm an example of that. I like my background, my studies were humanities and languages and linguistics. And so then I stumbled into tech and I grew a career in that space.
I also do not have a background in STEM either. My undergrad was in religion and philosophy with the intention of being a minister. And then that didn't work. And then I went on to get an MBA and was like, oh, this tech thing is kind of cool. But I worked in higher education for almost 25 years before I started building websites for people. So I 100% agree. You do not have to have an education in STEM in order to make a really big impact in technology. So thank you for saying that.
I feel a little bit guilty. I have IT engineering degree, but I never worked in it. And
I'm taking her off stage right now. No.
You actually did.
Yeah, but all of my life career was in HR and NGO world. I worked with the International Committee of Red Cross, and the last 7 years and a half, I want to join the boring corporate, let's say, world, and I'm ended up in the STEM. So it's more excitement. I miss my old job. No, I'm joking. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm a little bit guilty. I have a little bit knowledge, but I always hide it because I don't want anyone to ask me technical question, like
people often assume that I'm a programmer or a developer, and they're like, "Oh, but you know about this." I'm like, absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Jessica, I know AI is rapidly transforming how business operate, and you as a leader, I would love to know what is your advice giving, or what should leaders approach integrating AI while maintaining trust, transparency, and human-centered world culture, and especially for people underrepresented, because we know sadly even the AI is still biased against women until specific group.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very, it's a hot topic right now, and I think that we don't actually have all of the answers. I can give you what my perspective is on the matter. There's a lot of hype around the technology and what the technology can do. From what I have observed, sometimes we focus too much attention on what the technology can do and being, like kind of getting on that train. With a lot of AI projects not even, progressing past the pilot stage. And the most important thing the biggest advice that I would give is you still have to put that technology within your business context that is made of not just your products and systems and services, but also your employees, and most importantly, your customers. And so the humans are still at the center of implementing an AI strategy in an organization. So what I say is that we design for humans, right? It's like we don't just try to think about what AI can do as the technology itself, but what does it really make sense when you're thinking about your business, the value that you want to bring to the humans. And so if you put the humans at the center, whether it's your employees and or your customers, stakeholders, you will be designing a strategy that kind of really marries really well with that employee journey, stakeholder journey, or customer journey. So what I say is, what's the outcome that you want to achieve, and design with humans in mind, and then divide intelligently. It's one of the other stages in my personal approach. Is like, what is the AI doing, and what are the humans doing, and what's the experience? So it has to enrich the experience of both your customers, your stakeholders, your employees, to really be successful in driving value for your business.
Amazing. I love the way how you approach it, because honestly, I know everything about AI. We need to do things fast. We need to do things now, and there's not a lot of things, and that also worries a lot of people. How our leadership is dealing with it, or the leaders of the industry, and how we're moving forward with it. But I love your approach, the balance between the human and the customers, the stakeholders, the employees, and internally and externally. I know strategic decision making often involve uncertainty, and also we as women, we always called out when we becoming boss or leaders, while men can do the same behavior, but sometimes we put under, I'm not going to say it, Michelle said it earlier, what is words being called, but also like this boss lady. And you as a leader, how, I would love to hear from your perspective, how if there's some stories would you like to share, is there's advices, because when we make decision, and sometimes you need to make a business decision, it can be not reflecting good for the people, or let's say we need to move forward, we need to be more strict. Would love to hear some story or what advice you give for women who started their leadership role now, or they thinking about growing up in their career.
Yeah, so essentially, if I understood well, you're trying, you want an example or advice on how to, stand your ground, essentially, without being called the B word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I said I take it as a compliment when anybody calls me a bitch, right? Because I'm making waves, and that's a good thing for me. So.
And I think the first advice is exactly that, is that this society still has to go a long way before a woman behaving a certain way will be called one thing, while a man doing exactly the same thing will be called assertive, right? And so that's the first thing, is it doesn't matter. We have to take it as a compliment. So we shouldn't be afraid of, being called a certain way. And so that awareness can help you. Maybe there's even a way that one can respond. Is like, would you have called a man that way? Or would you, if it was a man saying this, would you think that it would be aggressive or just assertive? It's something that we have to deal with. And so one of the things I always say is that, sometimes I speak to people and I say, I'm not a people pleaser. So I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to make an impact, and I have a role. I will be making decisions, and it's normal in the corporate world. There's stakeholders have different priorities. They have different incentives, so you'll always have to face what I call productive conflict, and it's how you show up in this. But you have to stand your ground with grace. But bring whatever objective, rational, and what's supporting a decision that you're making. One thing that I know one thing I've learned to do is I've changed the way I say no to people. Just because if I say just like no, and I give my the reason why I'm not in a position to say yes, they will just hear the no. They will not hear the reason. So one of the things I've changed is, instead of saying no because we can't do it because of this exact thing, I frame it as a question back to them. And I say, okay, we would need this to be able to do what you're asking for. If you can give me this, then it's going to be a yes. But I won't be able to say yes until I get this thing. That's the one thing I need to help you with what you're asking. And oftentimes, because maybe what I'm asking isn't so easy to achieve, they either don't come back to me, but the thing is they understand that, okay, well, then that's a no, because if that's what she needs and we don't have it, we can't ask her this.
So basically, they're the ones saying no. You didn't have to say no. They're like, kind of in a way, right? Yeah.
In some occasions, that's exactly what, and it's more like, I'm not saying no for the sake of saying no. Mm-hmm. I'm saying this is where I need to say yes.
Yeah. I love that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that on my boyfriend. Can we go on a hike today? Well, if.
Oh, yeah.
I see so many applications for that, Jessica.
Jessica, I know you are, your job is global operations. I have a question. With teams now, with our world working in STEM, most of often the teams distribute across countries, cultures. What leadership skills are most important for managing global team effectively, and how you can still balance it, especially in work life and personal life, because the time difference and all of this, because we'd love to hear how you do it, and maybe so you get some inspiration for a lot of people hearing us today.
Yeah, and I mean, in my last job, I had a global team, and there were people in time zones that wouldn't even meet. Like there wasn't even the opportunity to say, "Oh, let's have a team meeting." It would be 7 p.m. for someone and 7 a.m. for somebody else, and so you have to get creative when that's the case. There's ways of kind of overcoming the we can't all be in a call at the same time. You can, kind of rotate calls. You can use asynchronous tools to communicate. So rather than communicate something in a team meeting, you can send a video message to your entire team because they'll see it in their own time. So I was using a combination of things. So the video message, when it was something that I wanted everyone to experience equally and maybe was not an hour worth of talking, because that's not something you want to do to people.
Yeah.
In other cases, I would rotate, but also I would take it upon myself to duplicate my team meetings, because in some cases, I didn't want to have some people wait a month to be able to have a team meeting with me. And so I'd have two in the same day, one that would catch a certain time zone and the other one that would catch the other time zones. It wouldn't put everyone together, but everyone would have the same experience. It is a lot more work for me as a leader, but I think it's important because people are the most important assets that you have when you are a leader. And then if you have budget, there's opportunities to get people together, offsites. In some other occasions, what we did was to have some non-work related things where we were inviting people to do it maybe at their 8 p.m. So we were doing like a dinner, lunch, breakfast kind of meeting across the different time zones, obviously with the budget to offer the meal and the entertainment for the team. So that's one thing to really be able to, as a leader, to make sure that you are there and communicating with everyone. And the other thing is really very important is to keep in mind the cultural differences. People react differently to different situations. So it's important, it's kind of like you take it larger, cultural, and then you go down to the individual as well, because even within a culture, people will have different ways of responding to news or contributing. So it's really important to have that level of empathy and being very intentional with even questioning yourself if you are understanding a culture well enough. Are you missing anything? You can find support outside of your own team to better understand different cultures, and then you apply the same to the different individuals. So finding a way to communicate so that it resonates with the different cultures, but you also give everyone a space to be present in the way that makes the most sense to them.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Absolutely.
I would love to hear your personal advice. I know you shared earlier you were not in STEM and now you're an amazing leader. And I would love to get advice from you so also a lot of people can hear it, like moving to leadership roles, and especially in tech or any business. Would love to hear your advices, and also if there's some stories would you like to share with us so they can inspire some people listening for us today. That will be also awesome.
Yeah. I have so many stories. So typically people move into leadership as part of, like, you start early on in your career, you're an individual contributor, you grow, and a typical journey is you're really good at your job, and then you get promoted into a leadership role. And I think the biggest mistake that people will make is thinking that it's just a progression of what you were doing before, when it's actually not. Leadership is completely different. You're not just focusing on yourself and delivering impact for yourself or being a good teammate. You are now responsible for other people. And And so I think the first advice is it's different. It's like what got you to be successful as an individual contributor isn't going to make you successful as a leader. So the first thing is you need to learn how to be a leader. You might have some natural skills, but alone won't work unless you put in the hard work to learn how to really be a good leader. And you might even learn that actually this isn't for me. I don't want to be leading people. I prefer to be just an individual contributor at a higher level, but not a leader. And so I can give you an example early on in my career that I had. It was like my very first leadership experience. I had a small team, and I had people that were absolutely great. And I was already managing remotely. This was more than 15 years ago. And I remember something like on one occasion, one of my best performers was working on a project and had said yes to something that wasn't really like feasible in the way it had been put. And I kind of said like, no, we can't do this. Now she happened to be British in a different country where also the general manager was British. So this would have been 2 layers above me, like my skip level.
Yeah.
And she got so upset, she walked straight into the general manager office to complain about, how I had said no to this thing. And then I remember having not a video call, it was just a conference call with my manager and my skip level manager. And they were like, she walked into my office, she was upset. And I was trying to give a lot of the reasons why I had said no. But ultimately they said, it doesn't matter. She's your best performer. You gotta fix this relationship.
Yeah.
And so I got out of there and I cried,
It's
I
a
felt
lesson,
like,
isn't it?
no, that was a lesson. Really. And then I was like, okay, I need to fix this relationship because I realized that I hadn't approached it the right way. And so I spoke to her and I said, I apologized for how I had said no. And I explained the reasons. And then they started talking about, okay, how do we do this going forward? Because I do want you to have autonomy because she was my best performer. So, and that really fixed the relationship. Like it took work, of course, from there on. But today I'm really grateful that that very humiliating episode for me happened because it really made a difference in how I approached leadership going forward from there.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Nice story. Yeah. As I think like it's really nice you share it and you're so honest about it. So it's amazing. I don't know if Michelle has any question because I'm taking all of the questions.
She wrote out such wonderful questions. I'm just interjecting here and there, but I like the question I like to ask is there one event or one thing that's happened that was for you such a big speed bump that you had to overcome? And we only have a couple minutes, so give us the short version.
Oof. There's many. I think there's only 2 minutes, so maybe what I'd like to close with is, we're talking about underrepresented communities, and I have, we all, like as women, understand being underrepresented. I have also experienced, so what some of the effects of this systemic issue could be, which is, especially as you grow in your career and there's less and less women at the top, sometimes it's women themselves that get territorial. And so being in front of, being a great woman who wants to grow and then kind of getting to that ceiling. And so I think that's something that's probably a speed bump that I have experienced and other women's have. And so I think it's really important to remember what we want to be as leaders, what kind of leaders we want to be. And I don't want to be that kind of leader. I want to always be deliberate in not blocking anyone in fear of them surpassing me or being better than me, or them taking potentially the one space that is left. And so I've had this experience, unfortunately, more than once. And so I want to bring it up, and to all the women out there, I know that it's hard to be in this corporate world where there's still not equality for us, but be intentional about supporting other women at all times.
I love that. Yeah. When we first launched Underrepresented in Tech, the two people who came out directly opposed to what we were doing and were our harshest critics because we were raising others were two women. And so, and so we have personal experience with that. And we've been around since 2018. So clearly we rose above it, but it was a little bit of a gut punch at first, that, and it was public. They were doing it on Twitter and they were doing it in other places. And so it wasn't just like a personal attack. It was a personal attack publicly. But you just take the high road and understand that sometimes people are just threatened. Sometimes women are threatened by other women's success. And sometimes they feel like there isn't enough room. If there's only going to be one woman here, it's going to be me, as opposed to let's find a way to incorporate more women. So I agree. I think that's really, really good advice. And I'm glad you overcame that as well. So Jessica, thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate your time today. We're going to take ourselves off screen for a few minutes so we can, make that next cup of coffee or visit the ladies' room. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. But thank you again, Jessica, so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, Samah, I'll see you back here in 4 minutes this time.
I'm running for a coffee downstairs. So let's see you.
That's good. I'll see you in a few minutes. Bye.
Yeah, after. Yeah.
All right, Samah, give me a thumbs up if you're ready, or when you're ready. Awesome. Fantastic. Let me change our background again real quick. Otherwise, too busy. Oh, wow. We've had such amazing conversations today. And it's, just, I keep saying inspirational because it really is. And it's so interesting to hear different perspectives from different places around the world as well. So one of the things we set out to do was make sure that we had representation from women who come from all the different places and all the different continents and all the different cultures that we could possibly include. And that's been pretty exciting, I think. We've had some amazing comments also coming in. Ivana, who we're going to hear from in just a minute, has been like the champion of our comment section, like encouraging other women, which is what I absolutely love. I wish I was watching so that I could do that as well. I'm already struggling to make sure I've got all the tech going the way it's supposed to today. But just know that I'm with you in spirit, and everything that Ivana says, I agree with.
Yes, me too.
For sure. So we have two guests joining us in this next session. Ivana, I'm going to try to say your name, Ivana. Let's see how well I do. But I'm going to say Ivana Zerkovic. Oh, she's nodding. I got it closely. Rosie Sherry. That's so much. Rosie Sherry. That's easy. That one is an easy name for me to say. But we'll bring them on the stage. Welcome, Ivana and Rosie. It's so good to have you here.
Hi, hello. Nice to meet you all in person like this and
Likewise.
to see all those happy smiles. And thank you for making all this happen. I enjoy it from the minute up.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. I literally woke up one day and I was like, oh, we have to do this. And I was like, I wonder if Samah will give up like a full Sunday too. And I texted her. She's like, I'm in. Let's do it.
Yes. Like, how do you, Michelle, I admire you from afar for years now. And I follow you throughout the socials and everything. Like, how do you manage it all? Like, really, truly, you and Samah, you with the diversity fund from Yoast, like I'm a truly fan of Yoast and everything they do.
Thank you.
So kudos to you before anything else.
I like to say it's all smoke and mirrors. It's like when you see a duck, it's very calm on top of the water, but underneath its legs are going like this. That's us. That's us for sure.
And also give us the fuel, the people, like the things we do give us happiness. Like I think that is also my pure fuel, and caffeine makes me keep going, to be honest.
And we have people that support us. So Yoast, the company Yoast, has been incredibly helpful. We have somebody at the company there who does all of our processing of our podcast. So we record it. He processes it. Samah does all the other work. I just show up. It's all about having the right team around you sometimes.
We fight. I insist to do it because it makes me happy, and I agree. Shout out for all the creative team at Yoast, and especially in the past Thais, but now Tone is helping with us, helping us. So thank you.
It's phenomenal, and they do it in like a quarter of the time that it would take either one of us to process that information. So. But we're moving into a section. I think we're heading into marketing now.
Yes,
we'll kind of put a little bit of emphasis on that. But really, we just want to hear the stories of both of you, Rosie and Ivana. But we want to start with letting you introduce yourself a little bit. Where are you sitting in the world? Whether it's today, and if it's not, like we had somebody on earlier who's in Albania, but she's from someplace else, right? So, Nigeria. Thank you. I was like, wait, where did she say? And but so tell us a little bit about yourselves, what you do in technology, and then we're going to launch into some questions for you. Rosie, let's start with you.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I'm Rosie Sherry. I am the founder and CEO of Ministry of Testing, which we also now call the Motiverse. And it's a community for software testing and quality professionals. It's been going since 2007, so I started that way back then.
Wow, that is a long time.
Yeah, as Twitter was popping up, I was popping up with Ministry of Testing. But yeah, I've been growing that. We've got a community, we've got an online platform, we do training, conferences, and many other things to kind of remain sustainable, I guess. We're a small business, independent, and all of that. I am also a writer, creator style thing at Rosieland, so rosie.land. I write about community. So at the moment, I'm really focused on kind of writing my experience about Ministry of Testing. It's a bit meta, but like everything that I'm learning about building a platform and kind of funneling that into Rosieland. And yeah, I've been doing that for about 5 years, since 2020,
nice.
which is good fun. And yeah, I'm based in the UK, in Brighton. I'm married. I have 5 children. And I also home educate them, even though 2 are now adults. But yeah,
one of the things that's in my my own rules for when I talk to women is never to ask about work-life balance, because I think women get asked that all the time, and everybody has to deal with work-life balance. It's really hard not to ask you that right now with 5 children that you homeschool.
Yeah,
we'll move on from there.
Yeah.
Clearly you've figured it out.
What is that? I mean, like, not enough people ask my husband that question. They always ask me that question.
I actually asked a man that once in a podcast, and it right over his head. He never realized that I asked him that question that women always get asked. And underneath the desk, I was like, yes, I just asked a question of a man, but yes.
Yeah. I mean, like my youngest is 8 now, so I think things are getting easier. I think some people envision that home education is like you're sitting there teaching them all the time, and it's really not the case.
Right.
And they are actually quite independent. And as my older ones are adult-ish, I guess, they're a great support now as well. But yeah, it has been tough just trying to manage a business. I don't know what maternity leave is, for example. I never took it. And now as an employer, and you have staff that go on maternity leave, it's kind of like, oh, interesting. I should have done that, right? It's like, but I never did, and I don't have regrets, but it's just, it is what it is. That's what I do to live my life, and it's okay. But at the same time, I'm very lucky to have a husband that basically nods to the things that I want to do in life, and he adapts as much as he can.
I love it.
Not overnight. It's taken many years of adaptation, but yeah, he's been very supportive as well. And in the younger years, it was literally swapping kids. Like I would have kids, and then I would hand them over to him, and then I would do work, and then he would be with kids, and it's literally 24/7. It was non-stop in the early years. So I feel relieved that part is gone.
You worked for the difficult part.
Yeah. But yeah, it's intense. I won't deny it. I wouldn't recommend that other people do it if they want work-life balance.
But like, what's the alternative? The alternative is not doing things you enjoy. So you make it work, right? For sure. Yeah. Ivana, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello. My name is Ivana Cirkovic, or Zirkovic. Thank you for that. It was close for first time. Amazing. I come from Belgrade, Serbia, and I'm an organic digital marketing consultant working in various industries, but lately, I'd say from 2015 within WordPress as well. And I focus on organic growth, content strategy, visibility through telling stories that are meaningful, impactful, and convertible. And since last year, I've been working with WP Bakery as a marketing specialist, helping translating their stories into meaningful connections with our audience, and as well as the whole WordPress community. And within that, I've been chosen to be one of the WP Credits mentors, which I find very, very honored to be able to do that. And apart from Rosie and her 5 kids, I only have 3, all boys.
I only have 1.
Boys.
Yeah,
so that's been fun. And I also have my digital marketing agency. So not homeschooling, we don't have that in Serbia, but everything else is like pretty much as Rosie
Yeah.
vividly explained, and I truly understand that, and I admire you for having 5. Like, amazing.
Absolutely. Samah, go ahead.
Yeah. I know Rosie was mentioning building the community, building your own business. And I know women often play a powerful role in creating and welcoming supportive communities within the tech ecosystem, helping others feel included and empowered. And I know you said earlier that you started your company in 2007, and sorry, the community 2007. I would love to know from your experience, how can women in marketing and or in business leadership position help build more authentic, inclusive communities rather than just audience?
Yeah. I think like I guess definitely for me it's been a case of the reason that I wanted to build what I wanted to build was because it didn't exist out there. Like everywhere I looked, it's just like I don't want to be in those spaces. That why isn't there something better? So I kind of set out to do that. Back in 2007, probably like diversity and all of that wasn't as much on people's radar as it is today. But you know, it was definitely a very kind of macho type environment, despite actually a lot of women working in testing. I just didn't feel like there was enough balance. But I also think it's about balance of ideas as well. So not just the more typical gender type diversity. I was interested in advancing the industry and exploring what that might look like. And yeah, I think over the years, like we started doing conferences in like 2012, I think was our first one. I look back and it was definitely the first one or two were very male dominated, I confess. But over the years, we really put effort into making it more balanced. And we, you know, I think in one year we had probably like 2014, we had like 60% women speakers and stuff like that.
Ah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So we continued to invest in that as a principle, always kind of checking who's, you know, are we inviting the right people in the room? It's not about who has the loudest voice, all that kind of thing. It's not about who's most popular. It's about seeing who's stepping up, encouraging people to step up, and ensuring that there's balance in that. And like, I think it's very easy to spot a lack of diversity now, especially in conference lineups. But it's hard to actually achieve it because like I guess one of the things that really kind of irks me is that people end up reaching out to you to say, oh, we need more women. So they reach out to women to ask about where can I find more women? Or, you know, any kind of diverse tick box, I suppose, that they want to achieve. But to me, that's a signal of they haven't done the work of building the relationships in the first place. So it's lazy, right? Yeah. So it's like everything we're trying to do and always trying to get better at is, are we talking to the right people constantly? Yeah. Are we reaching out to help people? Do we have things in place to support the non-white man, I guess, is the thing. But and we keep trying, and we keep trying to improve. And like I think also as part of that is like considering other things like neurodiversity, for example.
Absolutely.
Within that, and adjusting what we build according to that, and perhaps you know, going back 10 years ago, it was all about maybe the thing that people were aiming for was to speak at a conference. But actually now, if we consider things like other disabilities in mind, and neurodiversity is part of that, actually to participate and get up on stage shouldn't be the main goal, and that shouldn't be like the thing that we bow down to constantly. So as part of what we're doing is trying to explore different ways of getting people to participate and to appreciate that and reward that as well. And that shows up in things like casual conversations or writing articles or communicating in async text, or even quoting, something as simple as quoting something that someone has said that's interesting in some piece of content, right? Giving them recognition. And all of that is diversity and trying to improve things constantly. But I realize I could go on and on about the topic.
I love it. When you're talking about, sorry.
No, before we turn it over to Ivana, I don't know that many people know that underrepresented in tech started out as a spreadsheet, because by the original founder and me, we were constantly being asked, do you know any Black people that could speak at this event? And we were like, we're not the gatekeeper of Black people who want to speak at events. And I don't know all the Black people who might want to speak at events, much less women and LGBTQ and disabled and all of the things. And so we started a spreadsheet, and then we're like, this is going to be bigger than a spreadsheet. And we've created underrepresentedintech.com where people could opt in. And most of the people who are on there, I don't know personally. And if I had only gone by the people I knew personally, it wouldn't be a very big project. And it's turned into the podcast and today's StreamYard. And so it's just, yeah, I agree 100%, Rosie, that it's about the connections you make, and also allowing people to connect through different means like this database that we have. So thank you for saying that.
Yeah. I was going to say the same, by the way. That's why we're perfect partners.
We are good partners.
Ivana, and I know marketing now connects people from many cultures and background, and representation is a storytelling, how you share your story. How can women in marketing use their perspective and experience to create campaigns that better reflect diverse global audience and more focusing on sharing women's stories?
Yeah, such a complex question. Thank you. No pressure. So how can women in marketing help around amplifying those stories? I think it starts from within. Something that we all now are doing here, for example, like you two sparked something truly meaningful. And I think just by me being present here and learning throughout the day, and now especially from Rosie's example, and this is something that I want to see applicable across the whole tech industry. Rosie, your principles that you abide and live by is something that I really remember this day. If this gets applicable throughout the tech industry, and beyond, it can really push the needle and really help in representing more diverse people, not just women. Of course, we are now here because of the International Women's Day, but it's not just about women. We want to amplify diversity, not as a statement or some buzzword, but truly to honor that. And I think if each and every one, bring it back to marketing, of women in marketing, start by leading with our own example, and then amplify all those examples, we can really meaningfully move things forward. And that's a start.
Yeah, amazing.
I just put it. I'm sorry. Wait, interrupt 1 second, Samah. What you made me just think of is our own mission statement for underrepresented in tech, which is representation without tokenization. So I just put that in the chat as well. I'm sorry, Samah.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Goosebumps.
Yeah.
For Ivana and Rosie, I would love to know. I know today we're celebrating International Women's Day, but I wanted my next question only not related to women, to more to all the underrepresented people. What skills and habits or support system helped you grow into leadership, and what advice would you like to give to women or people underrepresented in tech who want to take that step?
Yeah, I would say I come from a very traditional environment in the Balkans. It's predominantly male-oriented ecosystem. And me as a oldest daughter and two younger brothers with a very firm father was always taught to be small, to be less, to be quiet. At the same time, thankful for my mother, who is very strong and opinionated lady, and to her sisters. I grew up surrounded by women who are strong and loud and who brought the best in me. And as life happens, I have 3 sons, like a balance, and everything that I try to do and to transfer to others, not just women around myself, but also my sons, is to bring awareness to the fact that equality is not something that you have to earn, that it is something that is within each and every human being, no matter the circumstances that we live in. And I am thankful for the support I had external and privileged by it. At the same time, I know that not everyone has the same level of support. Be your own support. And as women, I can speak from my own experience. This is something that you also said throughout the day. We are often hit more often than men with imposter syndrome. Yeah. We mustn't allow that imposter syndrome to overwhelm us, because it's just a loud noise that is by the society and patriarchy inflicted within us. So we need to uplift ourselves foremost before others do the same, and to strive to done is better than perfect, because as I wrote earlier, perfection is a thief of joy and progress. And this is something that I always teach and speak and try to infuse in others as well. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you, Ivana. Before I would love to hear Rosie, I would want to shout out for all of the mothers, for even not if you're not a mother, but for all of the mothers who help their daughters to be stronger in male-dominated communities and empower them. For all of the women, and especially the mothers, because without the help and support, Ivana, you shared it. Me personally, also I will share it. We will never be here. So, Rosie, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Oh man, I have so many thoughts. Perhaps touching into the imposter syndrome. Like I feel that, and I feel like I've experienced that pretty much throughout my whole career. And you know, on reflection, like I was diagnosed ADHD, autistic, like 4 years ago now, and I understand better why certain things have gone the way they've gone. The understanding has certainly helped. It certainly helped me be stronger within myself as well, which has been amazing. But as I was building up Ministry of Testing, definitely, like, I was, partly because of my community focused mindset, I was always putting other people in the limelight and hiding in the background. I was like, this isn't about me, this is about the community. I'm trying to uplift the community, not myself. I was trying not to be the influencer, so to speak. And then I kept doing that, and throughout the years I was fine with it. But then I was not. And I was like seeing that I was not getting the recognition that I deserved. I was not being supported by certain people around me, and all those things that you start kind of noticing. And I would look around me, and people would talk, or men particularly would talk about the things that they've done or give advice. I'm like, yeah, but I already know that, you know. It's like, and I'd start just recognizing that actually, like, I know more than I think, but I'm just not getting the recognition for many reasons. So I guess as a skill or a habit, I would say is like lean into your authentic self. And it sounds a bit cheesy, but like find joy in the things you do things differently. And that's everything we're doing, like at Ministry of Testing at the moment. And I've literally never had so much fun in my life. It's like, we're kind of like sticking our fingers up to the platforms, were saying, no, we don't need the social platforms. We can build our own. It will look different. We're stealing some ideas. We're merging them together. We've got fun branding, and we have fun with that. And to find that audaciousness is kind of what I refer it to as now, is so empowering. And I would encourage anyone to do that, even though it feels scary. But I kind of decided like a couple of years ago, it's like, I'm just going to do it the way that I want to do it.
Yeah.
And I've got one life. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I want to build something different. And some people won't like that. And but the more I do it, the stronger I feel within me. The more opinionated I get, and the more honest I'm able to be about things. And sometimes people don't like that, or sometimes I annoy people through the confidence that I'm building. And yeah, it's just, for me, it's been amazing, even though it's hard, right?
I'm not responsible for other people's reaction to how I claim myself.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. And you reminded me of a quote by Eleanor Roosevelt that says, "You must do the things you think you cannot do in order to continue to climb." And I think that really sums up what you just said as well. Like, go for it.
Yeah.
Take the imposter out of it and just claim who you are. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're over time again, Samah. We do this because we could talk to all of you all day long, and we would if we could, quite honestly. But we also want you to have fun.
Likewise.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So, did you have one final question, Samah, before we go?
Yeah, no, me, I'm really interested to know more, Rosie, about your community. So I'm definitely gonna reach out. I would love to know that. And it's remind me with one amazing community I want to shout out to them is Women in Tech SEO. I don't know if you know them. They are really amazing. A region, they're in building a whole community. They're working so hard to support women. And Ivana, it's like, I hope to see you in WordCamp Europe. I'm looking at you also. So yeah, I think
yes, I'm coming definitely. WordCamp Europe is yes, amazing. So that will be a reunion.
Yeah. I think that's from me. I know I can continue for the next 24 hours of speaking. So I'm just gonna be quiet and say thank you, Rosie and Ivana.
Thank you, Rosie, Ivana. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll be able to watch a few other speakers, but if not, as we've told everybody else today, this will all live on YouTube, and we're going to cut them up into segments that feel a little more digestible as well. So
amazing. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. I have to remember how to use the technology here. Okay, Samah, you have 3 minutes. I will see you back in 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Bye.
Bye. You good, Samah? Thumbs up.
Jesus, we're not.
I know, I don't want to catch you off guard, you know.
No, but I just want to do a shout out. It's really important that I'm really happy we're celebrating International Women's Day. But the best is also to have our amazing ally friends. I want to shout out for Jonathan Desoris from Bluehost. He's left us a nice comment on YouTube. Like, you all rock. Thanks for everything that you do and enjoy your day. He's amazing. Love you, JD.
He is such a wonderful human being. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's amazing. So, yeah.
Absolutely. We are, let's see, what's our next topic? Because I did not scroll far enough yet. Our next topic.
The next topic is something we love. It's about community and open source impact.
That's one of my favorite things.
Yes. Yeah. And also we have our, we can call her our friend. I can call her my friend. And also I know pretty sure you are. Bridget is joining us. It's head of support of operation from Germany. Lydia, I hope she's joining us. And
not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Who's joined? I think Bridget. Okay.
Birgit, and I don't know how to say your name, but I'm going to guess. Rolinda?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Rulinda.
Rulinda. Okay, yes. So close, so close.
Yes.
Hey. Both of you, it's so good to have you here. Yes, it's been such a wonderful day so far, and wow, it's just, yeah, we have such amazing women in the tech community, and to think that like the 30 or so of us that are on today is just such a small, you know, microcosm of all of the women who are in technology. So I thank you especially for being willing to come on and talk about the things that you do as a woman in tech. So we would ask you first to just kind of introduce yourself. I love to hear where you're located in the world. I can see, I think from the NL at the end of Rolinda's,
Netherlands.
Probably in the Netherlands.
Yes.
And I know Birgit is in Germany, but go ahead and introduce yourself, Rolinda. I promise I'm going to get it right by the end of the half hour.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, we're neighbors, like Germany and the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Roelinde Brons started my business in 2007. And I started as a freelance web designer. And during the years, I become a business owner with a small team. And so it is also made possible by the open source, of course. To grow in the role you want to grow. And yeah, it's awesome to be a business owner or an entrepreneur because you don't have to look for another company to take another job. You can create your own job and your own role within your company. So thanks to the open source.
Yeah, absolutely. Birgit, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having us here and celebrating this amazing day with so gorgeous women around the world. And really kudos to you all for pulling this together. I'm Birgit from Germany, as you said correctly. And I'm a mom of 5 grown-ups now, a mother of 3 grandchildren now. And I'm using WordPress since its first release in 2003 as an early adopter, actively contributing to the WordPress community since 2010. So I call myself a WordPress community veteran.
The OG.
And yeah, especially the part of coming from an space of being an autodidact and really learning about, and I'm a very curious person and I want to dig deep into how to understand how the things are working in this life. And and that is what brought me into this curiosity and working with WordPress. So yeah, and here we are.
Here we are.
A couple of years later, and I have co-founded a DIB working group within the WordPress community over the course of a year because I see the need of supporting each other's, especially those who are in the neurodiversity spectrum, etc. So there's a bunch of topics I can touch on, and I call myself a creative polymath. So I like a plethora of a lot of skill and experience in my life too.
I've discovered that many people in the tech space can consider themselves part of the neurospicy group, myself included. Yeah.
I know open source offers a lot of incredible opportunities for learning, collaboration, and visibility, but many women sadly still feel hesitant to participate. From both of your experience, I would love if you can share what motivates women to contribute to open source, and if there's advice for a woman who thinks about contributing more to WordPress or joining WordPress community, and what helps stay engaged and confident in these communities, especially WordPress.
I think we can talk about for the whole period.
Okay.
But I think looking at myself, what made me feel comfortable to enter the community is the welcoming words each time, over and over again. Each WordCamp, I feel welcome. I organized the Netherlands WordCamp in 2 years ago, and if you take care of, let's say this good, being an organizer, you need to take care that every people in the community feels welcome, from starters, beginners to more experienced. It isn't easy to create a perfect lineup with speakers, but that makes it, that's the first thing you can do. And also the meetups, the local meetups. And I think WordPress is the ultimate open source code to let everyone feel welcome, because you can be a designer. You don't need to be a core developer. I'm not a developer myself. I bring the dots together in the ecosystem. Yeah, I think it's important to mention it each time.
Yeah, the sense of belonging, it's really, that's why I love WordPress community. You feel they wherever you go, you enter, doesn't matter what your ethnicity, background, what did you study, work before, everyone's welcome. And I think it's really important to enhance it more and make it more welcoming, but it's really amazing. And I agree with you, whenever you enter, it's always welcoming. Bridget.
Yeah, I see the same point, especially as part of someone who has co-organized some WordCamps myself. It is really difficult to balance this diversity and also in the speaker lineup, but also making sure that the event itself is accessible for those who are not only physical disabled, but also for those who have neurodivergent traits to feel welcomed, especially those who are more introvert. And I do find it kind of difficult, or from what I noticed throughout my career here, a lot of introverts struggle really hard in keeping up or joining a community. And that is what I love about the WordPress community. We act like this Pac-Man analogy, we often call this, is this, when you're sending, like an instant, a picture that you're at a WordCamp and you're standing around in a circle in a group of people, you're talking, chatting to each other, always leave a gap open so that someone else feels welcome to join the conversation. And the same can go also to when you open this in virtual spaces. Ask open-ended questions to invite others to come to the conversation. Yeah. And also, I feel it's important, that is why I love this format here as well, to share the stories when someone feels represented by listening to a story someone has to share, then there's the entry level much lower, and it helps to overcome the first obstacle to join a community. And I hope that we can make it possible with sharing our stories, that the other communities in the tech or in the STEM environment or industry as well makes it a bit easier for those to enter the community or the company that feel underrepresented. On the other hand, I'd always encourage someone, no matter what, where you're coming from, when you are true to yourself and know your own value, what you want to share and give, then you join automatically. Because it's less overthinking, but more being intrinsic motivated to join something. That is what I moved from all my life, is this intrinsic motivation to learn more. And then I went into this and contributed just naturally to it. But that is my experience. I can't speak for everyone, but that is what helped me to move forward in the community, but also in life. I owe my current position in the Codable due to my contributions to WordPress and the DIB working group. So it's deep connected in my heart. So
we do have a question in the chat, which I think is a great question, considering we're talking about community, because it brings up the idea of individualism. But do you think that women are losing empathy in the name of individualism? I think that's a great question, because sometimes we fight so hard to be seen and we talked about this a little bit in the last half hour, that sometimes women eschew other women because if there's only room at the table for one woman, it's going to be me, so everybody else stay away, kind of thing, as opposed to trying to bring as many women with us. So what are your thoughts on how that works together?
I think Bridget said it really well. If you stay close to yourself, I think naturally people are not selfish. People like to connect with other people. Even selfish people, if they look in their heart, they want to connect with other people. Perhaps they are afraid to connect. And it is shown as selfish, for example. It's more like psychology now, but I think it's, if the community is open to be yourself, you don't need to be afraid to be selfish. And there's room, plenty of room on each podium for all of us. I don't see other women as my how do you call it?
Competition?
No competition. No, not at all. And I think if you are not, of course, I have to be competitive to run my business, but not as individuals.
Right.
Stay close to your heart and spread that feeling. And I think I'm not afraid of losing empathy.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, me neither. I'm a very empathic person.
I know you are.
However, I do see some. It's like a cage fight in some point. Women, I'm going here stereotypically. Often women are seen like having some cage fight in terms of getting bitchy to each others and do not or envy others for their success. So, but on the other hand, it is our responsibility to path and pave the way for others to follow. And this is, like you said, Rolinda, it's really important to stay true to ourselves in this regard. And but on the other hand, there's a difference distinguishing between the role being a woman and also the current perception of this movement. And when we see about talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, which is currently a red flag word for certain administrations or politics, etc. And it is also pushing through with the bad taste currently, because it is forcing too much into it from the perception some have. But this movement comes because a certain group of people or an individual can't join a group or can't join a company because of certain barriers. So the movement is coming because the barriers are there. And on the other hand, it's also important to not to politicize this movement. I think that is important. Everyone as an individual is still empathetic to this. However, the overarching movement can feel that we are losing our gain we are getting, or also with economics, etc. The personal fear we oftentimes feel can contribute also to this behavior of I need to keep it to myself instead of sharing this, because feeling seen is oftentimes also a part of this. I noticed that when I was going into my new position, Shanta, one of the speakers who's also talking today, she was part of the DIB working group, and she encouraged me to apply to my to the current company in a middle entry role, and I grew into a leadership position. But because of her encouragement and not gatekeeping it, I came to the opportunity. Of course, I had to do the work to apply and make my self-confidence stronger. And on the other hand, but it is important that we not gatekeep, no matter what. So
you make a valid point, which I'm going to interject a question. I know Samah, this isn't on the list, but I'm going to
go for it.
Once earlier in Underrepresented in Tech, when Ali and I were doing the podcast before Samah joined me, we had a conversation about when people say we're lucky. So I get told all the time, because I travel and because I do things with WordPress, you're so lucky. And my response has always been, luck had nothing to do with it. I worked my tail feathers off and did the work behind it and built the community around me that I've built to be able to be where I am. What do you say if somebody says to you, oh, you're so lucky to own your own business, or you're so lucky to be in leadership in tech? What are your responses? Rulinda, let's start with you.
Well, start yourself a business. If you think, yeah. No problem at all.
How lucky you get when you do that.
Yeah, I feel lucky. Yeah, to be honest, I can agree. I feel lucky, but it doesn't mean it comes easy.
Right. Nobody handed it to you, right? Nobody said,
yes.
"Oh, I have this business."
And at the same time, I'm happy with all the opportunities my family is given. I can do it by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel lucky, but it doesn't mean it's easy work.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I don't like easy work, so I feel comfortable.
Do you think there's a difference, though, between luck and opportunity?
Yeah.
Luck is... it's being lucky is always a consequence of taking the opportunities.
There you go.
And so being lucky takes courage and perhaps risk or taking steps. You don't know the outcome of it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean somebody handed it to you and you just got to say thank you.
Yeah, you need a bit of adventure. Yeah, but I feel lucky to live the way I live. Yeah, but it's not easy.
No, very good.
Yeah, it's also this type of gratitude to bring onto the table. I do think, as you said, the opportunities arise when you are aware of it and when you are self-aware and when you're grateful for what you have and know where you're coming from, but also know where your potential is to go through or go towards to. And then I always say the path reveals while you're walking, and you can only decide the next step. What is your next best step? And because you do not know what is behind the next corner, that is why it's also important to say, yeah, you have to do the work despite all the adversities you are living and are experiencing. So I went through a bad divorce, and I was solo parenting for a couple of years, etc. And I excelled despite that. I overcame serious illnesses. Despite that, I grew my career. So calling myself lucky, I'm grateful for all the experience that I've made, because they made me to the person I am now. So, but yeah, privileged in some form, yeah, but I'm very aware of this. Especially when working in a global community like with the WordPress community or at Codable, we have also a global community of WordPress experts. I know that certain countries make it more difficult to raise the bar, especially as an underrepresented person. And I do feel myself as privileged because my situation, I live in Germany, I have a house, I have a family, etc. Not everyone has this, but I have to be aware that others do not have this privilege or these opportunities. And it's my responsibility to open the gate and say, okay, these are the opportunities I can open you to or can give you or share with you, but it is their responsibility to take this opportunity, take this action in their ability. So that's really important to say, that we need to be aware not everyone is at the same spot, at the same starting point, because everyone is individual and no one else is able to walk a mile in their shoes. So even if someone feels or is perceived as privileged or lucky, you never know how much hardship is behind this person over the course of their life. So you can't judge them just by the book cover. So
most of us don't show our scars and how we got here. Most of us just try to look as amazing as we possibly can and try not to bring the baggage with us every time we speak. And
that could be another session.
It would be for sure, wouldn't it? It would be like 5 hours at least.
No, but sometimes I believe we it. Yeah. This quickly. My last question for both of you, and I would love to talk with you. I know we can talk for 2 days, and but I know we're running almost out of time. But I would love to know the future of women in open source. Like looking ahead, what changes would you like to see, or one change would you like to see in open source communities to encourage more women to participate and lead? Ask difficult questions sometimes.
Birgit, do you want to go first this time?
I'm just thinking, I would say a solid structure and governance is definitely helping, especially when you have a certain guideline on how to conduct in a multicultural and multi-gender community. And to say, okay, what is okay, where is my boundary, and where I'm meeting the other one's boundaries. But in the future, I hope that our new generation that are more growing into WordPress, that they bring another perspective into this, because I'm now over 50. So I have another perspective on life than those who are growing into or walking on my path, maybe. So the question is here, how we can make them feel welcomed enough to continue or expand the work. I'm not sure.
Nice words, more than nice. But the first thing I was thinking, I have to be responsible myself for taking perhaps more action to invite other women in the community, because I don't often see people as men or women, just people, but perhaps I can be more aware of especially inviting women to this. But second, I liked your words, Birgit, about connecting with the younger age. I'm almost 52. I never thought about connecting with the younger age, how we can continue the future. So that might be good to investigate.
We're out of time for this session. Like Samah and I both said, we could talk for hours with you. Love your insights and sharing your experiences with us. Thank you so much. This year it fell on a Sunday, so we really are appreciative that you took time out of your weekend to spend with us and to share your experiences. So thank you so much. We will be back in 5 minutes. Hey, we finally got to the 5-minute mark.
Yes.
with some more wonderful women.
Hopefully to see you around in WordCamps or online. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
thank you.
you. Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Bye.
Bye.
We'll see you later. Oh my goodness. And there's questions that we can't possibly get to all the questions in the chat. And we're trying to keep things, sorry, Batman, we're trying to keep things really tech related as well today, and talk to these women about their experiences. But I see other people are answering your questions in the chat. So I'm grateful for that as well. Yeah. And you can always message us offline. We'd be happy to give you our input as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So Samah, we got still, now it's 4 minutes.
Okay. It's good. 4 minutes.
We'll be back soon. We'll see you with some more people in just a little while. Are you ready, Samah? She has to swallow her lunch. Caught her mid-bite, I think. Okay, we're good to go. Can I just say that I think that there's no way a woman was involved in making and designing the Apple Magic Mouse, because it waits until it's at 1% to tell you that it's almost out of power. You cannot charge it while you're using it, which is why I have two, because if I didn't have a second one in my bag, I would be trying to like do things with my left hand on my laptop way over here, which would be even more of a nightmare than I've made today out to be with how I'm managing the tech here.
I agree with you, because usually we will speak up before 1% usually.
Exactly. I'm like, could you give me 5% so that I know to charge it in between? It's like, oh no, sorry, 1%, and now you can't use it anymore. What a shame for you. Well, it's been awesome so far. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go for our next session.
Our next session, we're bringing on Kathy Zant and Beth Tucker Long.
Yeah. And I just want to say we are halfway, I think, and we're still vibing and we still have energy. So I'm really happy with it. We are going to talk about product, security, and technology. As technology becomes more integrated into every part of our life, the responsibility to build secure, reliable, and inclusive products has never been more important. Women are increasingly contributing to product development, security leadership, and technical innovation, helping shape how safer technology is built for everyone. Welcome to our amazing, lovely guest. And I would love, I think Michelle and we can introduce you, but I think you are going to be the best one to introduce yourself. So let's go for it. Beth, would you like to start?
Sure. I'm Beth Tucker Long. I'm a PHP developer, and I've been doing that for well over 20 years now.
Wow.
And yeah. And I'm also a mom and a user group leader. I've organized conferences. I speak at conferences, and I'm also on my local city government.
Oh, impressive.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not going to ask you about work-life balance, but we're intrigued.
Yes. I've never heard of it.
You do what's in front of you. That's all you can do. Whatever's in front of me, that's what gets done first. Kathy, how about you?
Hi, I'm Kathy Zant. I've been in tech since the 1990s, and I saw the internet coming really early, and I'm like, this is what I wanted. Taught myself how to code, worked in big businesses, ran United Airlines, was a project lead on United Airlines website in the 90s when this behemoth company was like, what's the internet? Yeah, you want to look at email support instead of phone support, like those kinds of things. I've seen it all. I've seen the evolution, and with every new technology that shows up, the same type of thing happens. So with AI showing up, I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go again. So so I kind of lean into empowering people to deal with new technologies. So.
And when it comes to security, it's more than just like change your password and don't call it like password 1, 2, 3, right? It's more to it than that.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah. To me, security, I found there's like security, because my husband was a mindset coach, and I was very, interested and lived vicariously through what he was doing. And I'm like, wait a minute, security is a mindset. So that's kind of my tagline these days is security is a mindset. So
and there's ways to set and forget. Like my front door, after it's been opened, automatically locks 5 seconds later. So guess who never has to remember to check the locks at night?
Yes.
For example. But Samah has some questions for you both, so I'm going to turn it over.
I know we're talking, since we're talking about the security, I know like today's technology ecosystem is more connected more than ever with cloud services, APIs, open source tools, and global collaboration. My question is, what are some of the biggest security challenges organizations face interconnected world, and how can diverse perspective, especially women in security, help strengthen solutions?
Just a little question.
Yeah. A little question.
Who wants to go first?
I have thoughts.
Go for it, Kathy.
Come on.
Well, the least secure part is always the human. And I think women are much more empathetic and much more, they think about that part more than just the code. We understand the code and we understand the technology, but we also empathize with the human element of it. And because that's sort of the weakest link in sort of the chain of security, I think that the perspective of women and understanding people and understanding how people think, how people just kind of getting into, I think we're also much more intuitive. So we get a sense of where people's thinking might be off about security. And so we can identify the weakest link much faster.
Oh, impressive. Beth, any thoughts on this? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely feel like as an underrepresented group, I feel like we have a lot of personal experiences with maybe not feeling safe or with having to protect our data in a different way than your standard developer maybe has. And so I feel like that allows me to recognize dangers faster than, you know, some of my counterparts do.
I see. Yeah. I know both of you are working for a very long time, and I would love to hear some. I think also Michelle and everyone love to hear some stories that shape your career and some obstacles. Would love to experience and how you become, because I know I'm pretty sure in the 90s it was difficult. It's still difficult for now, and also for Beth, the last 10, 15 years, it's still, things are sadly difficult, like in different aspects. Would love to hear stories, how you come over them, how it shape you as who you are today.
All right. Well, when I started,
go ahead.
So I also started programming in the 90s.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was definitely a rough place. None of my online personas let you know I was female, just because it was very toxic, let's just say. And if you wanted to get any help or have any sort of, I guess, credence to what you were saying, you couldn't let on that you were female, and that was really hard. But one of the most stressful / best things that happened to me was I was hired at a company, and I was hired to be a Perl developer. And I got in, and nobody in the company knew anything about the system. I was the only tech person in the company, and the previous tech person left under very, very, very bad circumstances. And so I basically had to figure it out. And I get into the server and I'm like, hey, guess what? You don't have any Perl on your server. This is all PHP. And they're like, oh, is that different? And it's like, yes, that's totally different. But basically I had a weekend to learn PHP so I could do my job starting Monday. And I didn't have time to pretend, I guess, on the internet. I just needed answers and I needed to find things. And the PHP community was amazingly welcoming, so friendly, so helpful, and just super supportive. And I have never looked back. PHP community is fantastic and I love it. So yeah, so things have gotten better.
Yeah, that's good.
My first job doing web development, I was the only woman in the network department of a very large organization in a data center. So it was down in the basement, and big, huge data center with like panels underneath. And it was like all new to me. My degree was in speech communication. So like I was just kind of like, let me learn all of this as fast as I can. And because I had like communications experience, I knew HTML, I knew basics things. I was kind of the non-technical person, but I was like, I'm the technical person, right? So funny story. We were talking about something very technical, me and all the guys. And one of the guys said, well, what do you know? You're just the marketing girl. And I got furious. I was furious. I had to leave. I got to get out of here. I just like left the office. I just like went for a drive in my car, and I'm like, I have to feed the cat still. I have to go back. I can't just like leave. So I went back, but I was just very, very upset. My boss is like, revenge is best served cold. And I'm like, okay. A little while later, the server I inherited from the technical people was not secured, and it was hacked by a white hacker. Had put in just a text file. This server is not secure. I had just left that in there. Well, I went and told my boss, and they sent me off to security school. And so I could learn all this stuff, which I was like, I'm all ready for this, right? And they were showing us basically how insecure email was, how insecure FTP was, like all very early before SFTP, before SPF and DKIM and DMARC, but it was early, right? And so I learned how to spoof emails. So that guy, I spoofed an email to our boss because I knew he'd think it was funny, from the guy who called me the marketing girl. And it was just an embarrassing email that he replied to back to the guy. And he's like, wait a minute, I didn't send this email. And I was just like, revenge is best served cold. And everybody laughed and thought it was funny, except for the guy who called me the marketing girl. And I was just like, gotcha. It was a way to use my technical skills that I was acquiring at the time to kind of get back at someone who had marginalized me because I was the marketing girl. I'm like, what? Like, I could code too, dude. And who set this server up like that? But it all, in retrospect, the negativity around all of that worked out to a perfect story. Yeah. And then, I took a break from tech for a while, and I came back and I'm like, oh, I bet, and everybody's so welcoming in WordPress, things are going to be so much better. So I've had more fun since, but yeah, that was my first experience, because before, when I was working, just in office jobs, I was never called the marketing girl in a way that was diminutive. Right. And it was such a shock to me. I got so angry, but I was lucky to have a good boss who was like, you'll get him back. You'll find a way. And I did. So
one of my favorite positions to be in is at the top of the food chain in certain respects, when you have a man on the phone or you have a man emailing and they're saying, well, who could I talk to besides you? And you're like, the buck stops here, buddy. You talk to me or you talk to nobody, because there isn't anybody else to talk to. If you don't like it,
yeah,
too bad.
Yeah. I mean, you could talk to my assistant, I guess, but
that is really good one, Beth. I love it.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that a lot.
Yeah. We're not going to ask about, and I'm not going to ask about work-life balance. I know both of you has very, very impressive career, but things we all struggle with as women. I'm not going to say burnout, but sometimes ups and down. And through your amazing and long career, my question is, what practices help you maintain in sustainable and fulfilling career over the long term? What advices you give other women who are starting their career? What things help you in the last couple of years to keep going, to keep thriving, to keep growing in your career?
I feel like finding your community is a great way to do it, because there's so many days when the questioning, the demeaning comments, the things, they really start to exhaust you and beat you down. But your community can remind you, when you're struggling with imposter syndrome, that you are amazing and you are kicking butt, and you can do this, and you are not what they say you are. And just having those people in your life to remind you when you can't remember yourself how great you are, that makes all the difference for me.
Two of the women on the screen right now are those people for me, by the way. Kathy and Samah are phenomenal at reminding me that I'm better than I think I am sometimes. So thank you both very much for being that person in my life.
And Kathy?
Yeah, I think it's really important to prioritize space for yourself. I do micro vacations. For the last like 10 years, I have been really terrible about like not even taking, like going, getting something to eat, eating at my desk, continuing to work, and just like, and I got to the point where I was just like, I need a break. I haven't gone on vacation in a really long time. I haven't even been on an airplane in a long time. And I'm like, I need my micro vacation. So I started doing that last year of just like, all right, this is my lunch hour and I'm taking an hour and I'm going to meditate and I'm going to go for a walk with the dogs in the middle of the day. And it felt really weird at first because I was in such a habit of just like work, take care of everything, kind of living like hypervigilance, taking care of everything, making sure everything else is okay. But who's taking care of everything else if I don't take care of this? So like really prioritizing self-care, health, exercise. Nobody wants to do it, but it's good for you. And
crosswords count as exercise.
Yeah.
Okay, Beth, I'm with you.
But yeah, self-care would be my thing. Just prioritizing yourself because everything else relies on you. And if you're not filling your own tank, it gets hard.
Yeah. And sometimes that just means connecting with a friend, picking up the phone, texting somebody. That's self-care too, especially if you feel isolated. And since 2020, and so many of us have gone to work from home that weren't working from home before or have started our own businesses, those kinds of things, connection to people who care about us is so important.
Yeah, another great thing is to keep a list of your wins. So when you solve something hard or you launch a project and you're really proud of it, keep a list of those things that you're proud of, because then you can look back at it and remind yourself what you've accomplished,
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a very good one. I love it because sometimes you only need like you did something good and give you the energy to do more or to continue. And I think, and a brag book. Okay.
Just call it your brag book. Keep it all, but put it something bound so you don't lose it. I love it.
Yeah. Brag book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question for Kathy because it's more about the cybersecurity. I know in STEM, in tech, women are less, like 20 or 30% of women are less, are only women in STEM. But I know in cybersecurity, the percentage go a little bit lower. What skills, learning path, or first step you recommend if a woman want to start in this path career?
Yeah, there's so many resources online to learn the technical aspect of things, but I think the thing that made me successful in security is curiosity and playfulness, because hackers are extremely playful, and in order to be on the blue team or red team, whatever side you decide to be on, whether you're doing pen testing or if you're going to be on the defensive side, understanding how a hacker thinks and their motivations is critically important. Pattern recognition. I could open up a WordPress site and within minutes understand how it was, if it was hacked, like how the hacker got in. And it made that pattern recognition, to be able to recognize patterns, recognize attack patterns. Those types of things are so important. And I think they're because the technology, you'll figure it out. Somebody told me really early in my career, don't try to learn everything, learn how to find out everything, because you're never going to like fill this up with everything you need to know, but learn how to find information very, very quickly and learn how to recognize patterns, and you'll figure it out. It's there's a lot of education that goes into it. And I think a lot of women get burned out in cybersecurity a lot. Somebody who posted on X something like, cybersecurity, the H in cybersecurity is for happiness. And I'm like, there is no H in cybersecurity. There is, it's hard because it's, but if you get bored easily, it's a great career because it's constantly changing. Hackers get ahead, you have to catch up. You have to, it's a constant mental stimulation. If you like puzzles and pattern recognition, it's great. It's very fulfilling.
Yeah. I think my next question is for both of you. I know I mentioned it. I'm going to mention it again. You have an impressive long life career. For women, especially balancing things in life, moving forward, learning, keeping up with technology. And sometimes a lot of us has to make a hard choice between personal life or career life. What advices would you like to give for women? Let's say we take up the brag book. Now let's say the successful long life career book. What would you like to give advices for women? And if there's a story, if there is something would you like to share, also a tip, then to maybe someone from our listening, I would love to hear this.
I think my advice would be to always remember that you deserve to have what you want. And you are a whole person who isn't beholden to anyone you don't want to be beholden to. So there's a lot of pressures on women to leave their careers and, give up things and, sacrifice themselves to support others. And you can support others without sacrificing yourself. And that is the way I've kept myself, moving forward. And, everybody makes sacrifices at some point, but you don't always have to be the one making the sacrifices. So take some risks, do something exciting.
If it's fun for you, you can have it all. I was living when I got back into tech, I was living in the most beautiful place on earth, homeschooling my daughter, and I was a little bit bored. And so a company put out a call for people who could clean hack sites, and I'm like, I'll do this. And they were like part-time, full-time, whatever. And I'm like, part-time only. I'll just do this a little bit on the side.
Yeah.
And I'd be sitting with my daughter and I'm homeschooling her. My son was in high school, so he didn't need as much help. And I'm like, hey, honey, you want to play a game called Malware, Not Malware? I taught her how to do pattern recognition of malware. It was interesting. So I incorporated my kids. And then when I got sucked into like the not part-time anymore, and I got sucked in and I was like, oh, this is exciting and this is fun. My son traveled with me to WordCamps and he was the professional camera holder is what he called himself. So my kids have been part of my career. You don't have to separate everything out. When we were going to DEF CON, the hacker conference in Las Vegas, I'm like, I'm bringing my family with me. That's like part of my rule. They're coming with me and we're all going to stay in the same room and we don't really care. But, and DEF CON had like kids hacker villages is what they would call them. So my kids know how to pick locks and do hacker things. And they went to talks with me and they're part of my life. I don't separate things out. They got to learn what mommy does. And that was fulfilling to me. It was part of their education. And so I think you can have it all. Just
Yeah. And one of Claire's favorite talks was mine, which makes me really happy.
My daughter, Claire came to the last WordCamp US, and of course we go to see Michelle, and she's like, my daughter was like, this is the only talk I could pay attention to. Everything else was kind of like, but Michelle had like good stories, and I'm like, oh, you need to tell her that. Yeah, just text her.
I've never forgotten it. I will never forget that. I'm gonna bring up. We only have just a couple minutes. I'm gonna go over. I know. Yeah. But this question that comes up is, how to not get envious of people who do better than you. And I think, because there are fewer women, in our industry, sometimes it's easy to look at other women and go, oh my God, I'm so envious, I'm so jealous. How did she get there? What could I do? Those kinds of things. What would your advice to be to somebody who brings that jealousy into themselves about what other women are doing in tech?
Oh, I have an idea. I went through that because I'm like, oh, I have an idea. I'm going to do this thing. But, oh, there's so many other people who are doing it. So you are one of one. There is nobody who has the life experience that you have. There is nobody who has the perspective that you have. And so whatever that thing is that you think that you can't do, or that person's better than you, they still don't have something that you have. There's no other cybersecurity expert out there who has NLP experience. Well, you know, Oliver from PatchStack, he's also certified in NLP, but like my life experiences, like, you know, no,
Nobody
he's not me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Beth, do you have anything else to say about that?
I think the important thing to remember is when you look at someone amazing, instead of looking at them as competition, get them on your team. Like, we do not have to fight against each other. There's room for all of us, and we can be an amazing force if we're together. And also, you know, just remember that jealousy comes from a fear that you're not good enough. And, you know, that's your imposter syndrome sneaking in. And, you know, just remember, you deserve to be there too. And
look at them as inspiration, not competition.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Very good. Well, we are over, and I knew I would bring us over this time, but I want to thank you both so much, for both me and Samah, for taking time out of your Sunday to be here with us. Next year it won't be on a Sunday, I don't think. So maybe it will. I don't think it always is. And so maybe we won't interrupt everybody's weekend as much, but thank you so much. It's been awesome. We are going to be and I've said this a couple times, but not every time. This will live on YouTube forever as a giant 8-hour thing. We're going to chop it up into individual sessions. So you'll be able to share this out to people that you know just from your session as well. And so that we can use it in different ways. But I just really thank you so much for taking time out today to be with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
And happy International Women's Day also. So.
To you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Samah, so 3 minutes. We'll see you back in 3 minutes. We'll see everybody back at that same time too. Thanks.
See you. Bye.
Bye. Sorry, I was muted. Chrome is telling me to finish the update, and the urge to click that button in the middle of a live stream is too real, but I'm not going to. I'm resisting the urge.
For me, I updated everything. I think I'm on mute, or you can hear me. Yes, no.
I can hear you, yeah.
I want to say sorry if I stutter or say wrong words, pronunciation. We're a little bit tired, but we still drive with energy and some good caffeine.
And good caffeine, that's right. I'm on water right now, but I feel more caffeine in my future. I see Suzette drinking from her mug backstage even so. So we're all in the same boat. And I will acknowledge that this is not only International Women's Day, but in the US and other parts of the world, it is also Time Change Day. So we've had some people in different slots than they thought because of when they were scheduled, and some people have not shown up because of whatever reasons. And we're just so grateful for everybody. And if you end up in the wrong time slot, that's okay. We're just talking about women in tech today, and I'm sure you'll have an opinion on whatever questions we've put through there. We had several people scheduled for this next time, and they might show up. But right now, I'm going to bring Suzette. I'm going to say Frank, but perhaps she will correct me and it'll be Frank. I just don't know. But bring her on the screen, and we'll say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Hello, Suzette.
Hello, Suzette.
Hello, it is Frank.
Okay.
I screw everybody up with the extra C in there, but it's Frank. I appreciate that. Thank you. So good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, we would love to hear if you can introduce yourself, and for our listeners and people who are following us or watching us on YouTube. And I know Michelle will do great work and the same, but I think you are the best person to promote yourself and talk about a little bit who Suzette is.
Sure. I've been in tech for about 30 years now. I started back in GeoCities, so I'm completely self-taught. I was able to teach myself HTML, PHP, and CSS when that came out. I made a content management system before WordPress was invented. Later on, I learned WordPress, but then since WordPress, I've also learned Magento, WooCommerce, Shopify, Drupal, all the different things. So I just love learning. And I think that's really important throughout my career, is just being coachable and being able to be the first person to learn the new technology on the block. So now it's AI.
There you go. I think we're all, some of us are more trepidatious about AI, or just like, it's just not in my wheelhouse yet. I haven't learned to lean on it. And then there's people like you who are probably like, I want to know everything there is, teach me so I can tell other people how to use it too.
Yes, I am like that. I still always feel like there's just so much more to learn. The more that I learn, the more that there is to learn about it. So I'm lucky to have a lot of people around me that mentor me and have a lot of experience as well. I have to give a shout out to Natalie McLeese, because she's been a long time mentor and inspiration for me. And she also helped kind of kickstart my career in web accessibility a little bit, because that was a thing that I learned about 10 years ago, and I'm still learning. Every day is a new adventure with web accessibility, and especially with the new laws coming out in the EAA, it affects everybody now. So it's really important. Right now I'm doing e-commerce management. So this is actually a perfect role for me, and I love it because I am learning so much about, there's a lot of integrations, there's a lot of plugins, and all my work that I've done with WordPress has really helped me to kind of understand how things work and kind of feel my way around through it. So it's been really exciting, and I'm loving it so far.
And did you say where you're located in the world? I think we forgot to ask you that.
Oh, sorry. I'm in South Pasadena in California.
Okay. So it's very early for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for joining. I have a million questions because you already talked about your amazing, and I'm really impressed and feeling blessed today because I'm meeting you and a lot of amazing women who has long life career in the IT world. Let's make it very general. And also you talk about the accessibility. Just you said above 30 years, and I'm really impressed. I would just love to know how was your journey in a little bit more details? What especially for women, because I know it's as difficult for anyone to maintain 30 years and keep growing and shining in their career, but it's more difficult for women. And I would love to hear if you want to share some story with us. You shared earlier to shout out for your mentor, and also if you want to shout out for more people. So
Sure.
the mic is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been, I haven't noticed, but like when I'm down studying in my books and on the internet and wherever I'm studying, I'll look up every once in a while and go like, where are all the women at? And I'm like, oh, I don't know where they are, but I'm going to go find some and try to bring them on. So I've also taught, I used to teach with the organization called Girl Develop It. That would teach underrepresented women about technology. And usually they were not from a technology background. So these were completely new people. So I teach HTML and CSS to people that didn't have a tech background. And it was so much fun. I loved doing that. And I felt responsible for turning on the lights on a few people as far as web development goes. And I would love to see what they're doing today, but it was really fun. And I've just kind of, whenever I see women out there, I'm like, oh, I want to know you. You're my friend. Tell me about your history. Tell me about your story. What do you know? What should we learn? Let's go do something, and let's go to a garden too while we're at it.
Let's do all the things.
Let's do all the things, all the technical things, and then we'll do some nice, fun, crafty things as well.
Yeah, and a cup of coffee or tea at the same time.
Yes. Coffee and crochet.
Yes.
So it's been really interesting. I've navigated a lot. I've seen a lot of change in the economy as far as layoffs. I was laid off quite a few times from different tech places, and not through any fault of my own. It would just be because we're moving this department overseas, or this project is complete and now we don't have any more work for you to do. As in migration efforts seem to be a lot of the work that I do, migrating from a legacy system to a new system. And there's a lot that goes into a new system because you have to train everybody how to use it. You have to work out the bugs, especially if it's a new system and there's not a lot of experience. I've worked on a proprietary system and we were the first person to use it, or the first company to use it. So it's a lot of bug training, a lot of documentation as well, creating documentation and doing video tutorials. So I'm just out there trying to help as many people as I can. And I don't have that kind of competitive nature to me. I don't think. I'd rather see everybody win. And I'd like to bring up everybody along with me. So I don't want to be the only one at the top. So I look for the other women out there, and there are quite a few, and they're very inspirational. And it seems the ones that I find, like in the WordPress community or Drupal community or whatever community it is, they are always very helpful and very gracious with their information, which I appreciate. Because I like to be free with the information that I learn. And so now AI is taking over, and I know some things about AI, but there are people that are very, very advanced with it. And I'm like, oh, how can I be like you? So it's always kind of like struggling to kind of keep up. But then as soon as I get it, then the next new thing rolls in. So I've seen the rise of Friendster and MySpace, and moved into Facebook and Twitter. And it's been amazing just to see what has come and gone over the years.
Yeah. We spoke of AI. We do have a couple of questions in the chat that I'll bring in before I let Samah go into her rest of her list. So Rosie Sherry, who was on the show, I guess, whatever we're calling it today, who was in a previous session, is asking, how has AI changed your current role?
Well, AI, I've used a lot to fill in the gaps where I haven't known where the knowledge is, or where there's new systems that I haven't heard of. I'm able to find out, well, how does this system relate to this system? And I'm able to do that very quickly. It helps with my research, I find, the most, because normally I would just Google things. I would go on blogs. I would do all the things, go on bulletin boards and look up answers to questions. But now with AI, it's a little bit easier to do research, and I can do a lot more research in a shorter amount of time, which I completely appreciate. And I just feel like it's my tech friend that I didn't even know that I had, because they know so much about everything that I ask it. It's amazing. I just love that.
Yeah. And I don't know his real name, but he goes by Batman, which I think is kind of fun. He's asking, would taking more math be an extra edge to learning programming while solving programming problems? Now, I'm not a programmer. I'm not sure. You've mentioned a bunch of different technologies that you've used. So maybe you're the best person to answer this question.
Well, math is not my strong suit. And there are a lot of languages that are language based. So there's HTML, there's CSS, there's Liquid, there's PHP, JavaScript. All of those are language based. It does help to have some math skills. So that will definitely help with the logical thinking of your mind and getting your mind to think in a certain way. But that's something I would like to delve more deep into, is to just learning math and having that help with everything else that I'm doing in my life.
I think Kathy talked in the last session about pattern recognition and being it, especially when it comes to security and things like that. And as somebody who recognizes patterns, I think my musical background does a lot for me that way. And music and math are so closely related. And people don't necessarily realize that, but they're incredibly closely related. So I can see how that would be advantageous for sure.
Amazing. Yeah, and colors also, colors are very mathematical too. So I mean, you can tell like certain colors that are certain shades apart will go together better than others, or there's the color wheel, of course. But I love all that because I'm also an artist and a crafter. I do that to kind of like, de-stress. So I do watercolor painting. I do a lot of crochet, and I also recently learned to knit. So that's fun. So I'm always leveling up, like professionally and personally as well.
You never know when the things from childhood will come back to help you. I never thought I'd ever need to use a protractor or a compass again, and I use it all the time when I create my art. So I'm like, good thing I learned that back in 3rd grade.
Yeah, I was taught to crochet. It was weird. I was taught to crochet as a young child, like basic stitches. And then I didn't touch it for like many, many years. And then 10 years ago, I discovered YouTube tutorials, and it's just been like this journey. And I've made pineapple lace. I've done all these different things, but it's just like another way to keep learning. So as long as I'm learning, I think as long as I'm playing and staying curious, like Kathy's aunt was saying. I like that she said that about being curious, because you really need to be curious and want to satisfy your curiosity to learn all the technology that's coming out every minute of the day.
I feel like if you stop learning, you stop growing.
Yeah, that's true. Like if I ever stop learning, I might be dead. So check my pulse.
Got it. Samah, I know you have a couple more questions.
Yeah, for me, I love it. Like I agree. Like I feel the same. I need to learn new things. My obsession a little bit with languages or new things, like I'm like taking course. Like I know I'm good, but let's take it to the next level. Let me learn some new skill. You have some question for you. I know that a lot of women in tech sometimes have faced self-doubt, imposter syndrome, or barrier in traditionally male-dominated environments. Have there been moments for you when you had to overcome self-doubt or external challenges, and what helped you push through those moments?
I don't think it's really been too much more challenge than just being human. I think being human, there's a lot of self-doubt and a lot of, you have self-esteem problems. You have to get over them, imposter syndrome. And I just as long as I'm learning and I'm being curious, I'm not focused on what others think of me too much. So yeah, I just like to play and learn a lot.
We should all be like you. No, it's really impressive. And you said I'm not gonna ask you the question about life and balance, but I said you said that you have a lot of hobbies and you do some art. You said you I would love to know more about it.
Sure. Yeah, I paint. I do a lot of crochet and knit, like I was saying. I like to crochet pretty much all the time. If I'm not I like using my hands and I like being busy. And I feel like crocheting is kind of like that. It's productive rest time.
It's like Zen time, right? Like
productive, but you're also resting, and it's kind of meditative because you're counting in your head. So there comes the math. Even in crafting, you have math because I'm counting my series of sets, and it's a lot of fun. And I like to kind of explore that way as a way to kind of get rid of the stress and just kind of like enjoy my life so that I'm ready to tackle the next issue.
Yeah, for sure.
Michelle, do you have a question, or would you like to share a question from the chat? Or
I first want to say that Shanta says hi. Long time no see.
Oh, I miss her. She's awesome.
You have fans. You have fans in the chat for sure.
Very nice.
Yeah, and Batman did say that he's male, but still finding female teachers more empathetic and better in teaching. Maybe it's a bias, but that that we seem to have more of a empathy for students when we are women teachers. But I thought that was interesting too, for sure. What would you say to somebody who says AI is coming to steal our jobs?
Well, there's going to be two types of people, I believe. There's going to be people that use AI as part of their job and people that are scared of AI. So the people that are using AI to kind of work with it by itself, I believe that they're going to overcome anything that's like a job loss, as long as they are using it to kind of like there needs to be a moderator between AI and what you're doing. You can't just let AI run on itself. Kind of, you need to have a human moderator to kind of test everything out and make sure that it makes sense. Because I've gotten some really wild questions, some really wild answers from AI. And I'm like, that's not right. And then I'll check with Claude. And Claude says, yeah, that's not right. So I sometimes use different AIs to check the other AIs.
Isn't that a little bit like, Mom said this, but I'm going to ask Dad?
I do have to do that because I will get different answers from Claude versus Gemini versus Copilot. Yeah. So I use all of them and I'm still learning. I feel like I'm just always learning. I'm never going to be at a place where I feel like I can say I'm an expert at anything. As long as I'm still learning, except I would say I know HTML and semantic HTML pretty well. And CSS.
I would say that the experts are the ones who don't call themselves experts. So I think you're right up there.
Aw, thank you.
Experts do see themselves as being lifelong learners and not stopping at some point.
Yeah. I'm like, maybe next year I'll be an expert. Check with me then, and then I'll be on to something completely different.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I had a follow-up thought and I just lost it. So I'll think of it in a second. Yeah.
I would love to. I know you have a lot of talent personally and with the work, and you're talking about the AI. I know AI taking a lot of our life now, which is, I agree, like people need to learn, like we should encourage people to learn more with AI tools. But also you say it sometimes give you wrong answer. We know there's a lot of bias in AI. There's a lot of bias in a lot of technology. What would you recommend how we can address to leaders who are deciding where's the AI, or the people who are working on the AI, those tools, to make it more inclusive, and at least to, how can I say, to also to be a learner? I know some tools are learning tools. You can correct them and they can learn from it. But what is advice for people who are working on this, how they can have creating more inclusive AI tools?
I think they need to train their models. I think I'm a big proponent of having companies having their own AI and their own language learning models and training those up to what they need specifically. I remember I worked at a company that sold life insurance, and they were in the middle of training their AI how to answer customer questions. So it would just be like a database. And I think that's a really good application for it and very useful and helpful. So there's definitely different ways that you can be very helpful with AI. And I think giving it the right data and giving it data that's not biased will really help, and making sure that, everybody is represented, and that keeping that in the back of your mind and training it on those type of things.
You remember that Charlton Heston said Soylent Green is people? I'd like to tell people that AI is people. It didn't invent itself.
Yes.
It didn't program itself.
That's true. That is so
So
true. I love that.
AI is people. AI, yeah, it can run on its own, but only because people made it that way, right? So it is what we feed it.
Yes, for sure. I found it very helpful. Yeah, I was scared of it at first, but the more that I learned about it, it's just like a helper that can help us. And it's not going to take over, and you don't need to be scared of it. I think the worst thing that you can do is just ignore it and pretend like it's not happening, because it's going to be happening. And I know people that are trying to avoid it. I'm like, you're not going to be able to avoid it because it's in everything. And so you better just make friends with it. If you can't beat them, join them. So that's kind of like how my attitude is. Like, you want to be on that train that goes with the AI and not missing it because you're too scared to try it.
Yeah. It's like Canva, right? So like when Canva first came out, I was like, I'm a designer. I'm going to open up this other program and I'm going to make it myself. Well, now I'm a Canva expert. Well, because why should I reinvent something? I can make it my own, but why should I reinvent all of the tools that come with Canva when I can create a design so much faster and not spend so much time doing it? That's how I think of AI as well. If I'm using it to do my job, all of my job, that's the wrong way to use it. As Ashanta said that she heard Seth MacFarlane say that as long as it's a tool, it's similar from using small models to using CGI. So it is, right? Like you look at the old, like Jason and the Argonauts with the Harryhausen and all the skeletons rising up in claymation. And then you look at today's CGI and you're like, wow, that's so different. We've really grown. I think AI is going to be the same way.
Yeah, when you were talking, it reminded me of this story. Like when I first learned Microsoft Front Page, I was a notepad pilot. So I would just do HTML, I would hard code tables. I would do them all day, all different kinds of tables. And then when Front Page came out, I'm like, I don't need that. I can write my own HTML. I don't need Front Page. And then I saw how fast it could be to actually use Front Page and go like, wow, you mean I can build this table graphically with a user interface and have it be like all the TDs and the TRs are there? It was amazing. So I'm like, well, I guess there are some good things to Front Page. But then now Front Page is gone. And now we have now we have Visual Studio, which is what I use, or Sublime.
Similarly, I know how to clean my house, but I would much rather pay somebody else to do it.
Yes. Yes, I love that. That's a great analogy.
She comes in every 2 weeks and I don't have to worry about scrubbing the tub. You know what I'm saying? Well, we are just about at time, Suzette. I want to thank you so much for joining us and being here today and giving up part of your Sunday to be with us on this International Women's Day. So happy International Women's Day to you. And thank you for
listening to you both as well. Thank you. I've had a blast being on here, and stay curious and play with purpose.
I love that. Play with purpose.
Good message.
So we're going to this is going to live on YouTube as a very long session. We're going to cut it up so you and other people will be able to see session by session, and you'll be able to share out yours. So thank you so much again for joining us today. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Bye.
Bye.
Samah, I hear my front door opening. So earlier today, we had a comment saying Happy International Sandwich Makers Day when my boyfriend's just walking in the house with my sandwich. So I just want to point that out. So we're going to go to break. Oh, look, he's a professional sandwich maker. You're the only man who's made his presence known today. Other than in the comments, of course.
Yeah, okay. let's take a break for 6 minutes, and
We'll take a
it's
break for
gonna be
6
lunch.
minutes and,
It's
and
gonna
I'll
be
eat my
lunch break.
sandwich. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready, Samah. I will say that I think I deserve an award for how fast I just ate that sandwich.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do it this like fast.
I just inhaled that tuna fish sandwich, so it was very, very nice of him to bring it here. So for me. Excellent. So while I digest, we're going to bring Anne Katzef. I hope I said your name right, Anne. You can correct me if not. Onto the screen, and we'll have a nice conversation with her. Hi, Anne. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, you said it correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Happy International Women's Day. Yeah.
And to you also.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We already have questions in the comments, but we're going to go ahead and let you.
We do.
I don't know if they're specifically for you or for just all the women today kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
And I love that whoever it is has their name as Andy Dufresne, because that's one of my favorite movies, the Shawshank Redemption.
Oh,
that's one of the lead characters there. But before we even get started, Anne, we would love for you to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you do, where you're located in the world, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah.
Like right now?
Yes, please.
Oh, are we live now?
We are, yeah.
Oh, hello, everybody. Okay. I thought we were just waiting for other people. Good morning. Good morning.
We have some people, because of the time change,
Yeah.
I think missed the time to be on here.
Yeah, me too.
But you're here, and
But I got it straight. Yeah.
You did, yeah.
So hello, everybody. Now that I know you're here and listening, happy International Women's Day. I'm Anne. I live on the East Coast in the U.S., United States. I have been in tech I've been trying to calculate for how many years. Let's just round it off to 20. But long ago and far away, I was teaching, and I was realizing I'm such a visual educator and learner. How can I learn more about that? And so that brought me into graphic design. And I feel like my life has been on a figure 8 loop, like, oh, that interests me. Let's pursue that and see where I go. And so after realizing, okay, I want to be a graphic designer, then I got involved in some basic programming, and it eventually led me to who I am today. I'm a web designer right now, currently. I do front-end development primarily on WordPress. I do use Bootstrap as well. And people often ask me, why? Why do you use Bootstrap? I think it helps, that part of the brain away from WordPress and a deeper dive into the coding part. So I enjoy that. So did I answer the question?
You did. You did very well.
Right.
Very, very well. I'm on the East Coast as well. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep, I'm up in New York.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit further in Europe, in the Netherlands, but
nice.
That's why we started so early this morning. My alarm clock went off at 5 a.m. and I was like, okay, here we go. But I've had so much fun. Once my feet hit the floor, everything was fine.
Yeah.
When I saw the schedule, I was so relieved. I was on at 6 a.m.
Yeah, we did that on purpose. We had the earlier people that were on were in Asia and Australia, and we've tried to work our way around the world to be inclusive of as many countries and communities as we possibly could. So
yeah. For me, I have a question. I know a lot of women working in design or communication roles with tech that can be sometimes challenging or challenges in having creative ideas or voices to be heard in technical environment. Have you experienced moments where you had to advocate for your creative vision or voice in tech spaces, and how did you navigate that?
I've been listening to the earlier sessions, and this is a recurring question. And I actually have been really fortunate to work with great people. And I haven't not unless I'm blocking it out. I don't recall encountering those things. But I have a strong personality. I have a strong sense of self. So maybe I did encounter it and I just said, screw that, I'm moving forward without you. So the short answer is no, I really don't have that experience. And actually, a lot of my supervisors have been terrific men. And so, yeah.
We're not those hardcore feminists that don't think men can be advantageous to us in our jobs.
Yeah.
It's everybody.
But again, it's come up in previous sessions. The WordPress community, I think, is quite special in that regard, because there could be moments where I have a question I want to ask. Should I ask this? Should I risk telling people I don't have the answer to this?
Right.
And I'll ask it, and I always get some sort of reply. There's no judgment. And it's just very welcoming and such a relief.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
For me, I have a question about, you said you're working in design and you're working like almost 20 years. Like, what changes would you like to see? I know you shared earlier you've been lucky, supported by your male peers who were male in your career. What is things would you like to see more that open doors for new women? I know we still, like some part around the world, it's very difficult for women to enter tech. It's very difficult for women to give full-time job, for especially to be the creative or to voice out, like, I found this design is nice, I prefer those colors, this is more reflecting the culture of the company. Or what advices, what do you think would make things life easy? Because I know you are in the States, in Europe, women have more, I don't want to say privileges, but more easier life if we compare for some South America or African or Asian countries.
Yeah, I totally get that. Totally. Now, I started out in print design, and so that informs a lot of what I do now. And I think in print design in the US, there's more of a balance of male female. It's still not true, in my opinion, with web stuff. In web development, very male dominated. And there are a fair number of web designers who are women, but for the most part, I would say overall, it's still very male dominated in the US. So I'm very thankful for clients who hire me, I mean, I guess it's a risk for them to, hire a woman, because it's not very it's not very common. So boy, I don't think I have the answer. I really don't have the answer. I think I've had my own business, and that takes a certain mindset. I haven't worked in the corporate world in a very long time, and when I did, it was balanced out, but that was print design. So as a web designer, I've been pretty independent, and it takes some strong self-esteem, good connections. I don't feel alone. I think that was brought up earlier too, about building a community. That would definitely help. Meeting with people, and since COVID, it's been really tough, but just having a cup of tea, a cup of coffee with people, and just chit-chatting and going to meetups, strongly recommend those. And it's been hard since COVID to get back on track with that. What have you experienced? So what approaches have you taken?
For more women? And I'm really happy and lucky to work with a company called Yoast, because I run two amazing funds, one of them called Youth Diversity Fund, which support women from all around the world to speak more at events. And that is really like help. I can tell you that we helped more than 200 women around the world from everywhere, all around the globe. And also, we have this amazing initiative inside the company called Women in Youth Folds, our mother company, to empower our female colleagues. And we get together, we have a lot of sessions. I try to do as much as I can, because also I grow up in Middle East. I work a lot abroad, and then I moved to Europe with my husband, and I met him abroad, and so for me, like, I always try to bring this cultural differences, because when I grow where I grow my culture, women were not that in technical. Like, I study IT engineering, I never worked in it because there was no jobs for women. And I come from a household where my mother was really strong woman. She's really like one of the first women in her village who went out to another city to work and to study. So that's given me a lot of fuel and power. I hope I can be able to help more and more women around the world. And also, I'm really a proud partner with Michelle and Underrepresented in Tech in our amazing podcast. That also sometimes we hope we inspire people to break the pattern, to think, to move, to do something, to encourage women, like or to change something for the better. Yeah, and then
you touched on something that's so important: the visibility.
Yeah.
We have to get out there. That's I think the teacher in me says, and actually this was a whim. I saw James post it on LinkedIn, and I thought, oh, let me apply. What the heck? And what are the chances? Here I am. So you just have to like get over whatever anxiety it is and be willing to show up. And because we're here, the three of us right now in this half hour, we're being examples to younger women, especially who are maybe thinking, oh, do I want to get into the tech field? Should I, is it going to be welcoming? Can I do that? We're evidence. You can do it. So I think a lot of it is being examples for people who, you feel more welcome when you see other people like you, and there's less of that otherness.
Yeah. And
we have I'm sorry, go ahead, Samah.
No, I'm just pausing.
I want to say something that also, when the past I used to love someone said, like, I did it by myself, but I don't believe anyone do it by yourself. You need the support, the allies. Like, I am so lucky in my life that my mother and my family, were really supportive for me, even to a girl travel from Middle East outside to work, to explore the world. So lucky with my husband, who's really support all of my crazy journeys in life, and also my colleagues and everyone I work with, and my friends like Michelle. So that is, you needed the safety net to empower you, to support you, to make things happen.
So true. So true. Yeah.
No, and I know
Back
I'm
in the early days when I was just learning code, I had actually a childhood friend who was a web developer, and I just, I said, we have to talk. I just chewed her ear off. That's an expression where you just talk, and want to share. So a lot of it is giving back and acknowledging how much you've gained from other people sharing with you. Yeah. Michelle, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I was going to say, I hope I'm not taking a huge leap, but I say, I don't think you're in your 20s anymore. Like, I'm 57 myself. I mean, that could be a choice. I don't know if that was your choice or God's choice.
True. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. I've been gray since my 20s, actually. So yeah, good
see,
point.
there you go. But so Mr. Andy here says, how can he motivate his eldest sister, who is also his adoptive mother, to not think of being late after joining programming courses at 32 years old? Well, I mean, I was in my 40s when I joined and started learning WordPress. I'm 57 now, and I've only been doing it 15 years. So that's my answer is it's never too late. But
Yeah.
how would you advise him to
Oh,
encourage his sister?
I mean, I went to design school. I don't know exactly when, but probably when I was in my 30s, and I just you know, go to different classes all the time. I really continue to learn throughout, and if you want to learn something, go for it. You know, just pursue your passions, follow your interests. It's worked for me. That that figure 8 going around.
Yep. You know if you turn that figure 8 into a Mobius strip, you get twice as much walking or travel around it.
For me, what's so interesting when I reflect back on my life is like, okay, I started out teaching, then graphic design, and then web design. I have art. So they're not separate. They're all integrated and feed each other. So my method of coming up with creative ideas for the designs is sometimes I just go for a walk. Sometimes I go for a bike ride, that talking about work-life balance, art, exercise, friends, family, eating good food, it all feeds into the same person that you become. Yeah. So
I have
don't let your adoptive mom, I'm looking at your comment here. 32. She's a child.
So
She's a babe.
She's younger than my daughter.
Yeah, go for it, mom.
Absolutely.
It's never too late. Yeah.
Never too late.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to become a supermodel at my age, but that was never my goal anyway. So there you go. I had a question and I forgot it just as quickly. Go ahead, Samah.
Yeah, and you shared earlier that you started your own business, and I would love to know more. How did you start it? How it came to you? Like, I should start my own business. So,
well, I started web designing while I was still a print designer. So there's the overlap, and I was pretty much in the print world for a long time, and then I got laid off. Surprise. And so I thought, all right, what do I do now? Oh, how about some web design? So I just segued into that and kind of built up my own business. Again, it wasn't in the plan. You just have to roll with it. I like to keep track of things, and I'm very detail oriented. So I have the kind of personality for being a freelancer. And with people I knew from previous roles, I just built up my client base, and it took a long time. There's a freedom in it, but there's also a lot of anxiety. But somehow, I made a decent living. I wasn't rich or, like over the top of anything, but if it paid my bills and it fed me, it fed my soul, fed my spirit, my happiness factor. And I liked the diversity of it. I worked on so many different kinds of websites, and mostly, actually, I had a focus with nonprofits, creative people like me. So, because I'm in different art groups, I'd be creating art with someone and they'd say, oh, I need a website. Okay. So that's why being out there and showing up in the world does matter.
Can I interrupt for a second? Because you said something that made me recollect something is I've seen like on magazines and talking about women who do a lot or are accomplished, calling us, fun, fearless females kind of thing. And you mentioned anxiety, because I don't believe that anybody's fearless, right? I think that we overcome some of those kinds of things. But how would you address if they say, oh, you're a fun, fearless female?
Oh, they only know the surface.
Exactly, right?
It's like the online interactions. So, okay, teaching in the classroom, versus teaching online. Totally different.
Oh, very much
And
so,
I'm
yeah.
certified to teach in both venues.
Mhm.
I much prefer being in person. There's the quality of connection. For
Mhm.
me, this is my experience. The quality of connection is so much deeper in person. So
Mhm.
there's this digital barrier when you're online. It does help to have Zoom and these kinds of sessions, but Sama, I would love to meet you in person. You
Yeah.
know, next time you're in Boston, I'm in the Boston area,
Nice.
you know, let me know and maybe
Yeah.
we can meet up somewhere. And Michelle, same with you.
Absolutely.
So I I get so distracted in my answers. Okay, so tell me again, what was the
No,
question?
you were talking
I'm
about
just roaming here.
like the online experience.
Yeah.
For me, I love online experience, and I think maybe a lot of people like, because I can attend the course
Right.
happen in the States or somewhere around the world. And since a lot of now financial burden, like a lot of people, then attending the course online is cheaper cost. It's from my home. I don't have to travel across the world or to go there. But also, it's really important the human touch, because sometimes the body language, the vibes
Yeah.
you get, sometimes you can click with people like this, but also this human touch. Of course,
Yeah.
you need to keep that to a specific level. To otherwise, we're we will never leave home. Like we live
I
or
know.
small.
You have to get outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are things that I do live in the classroom that I just haven't been able to translate online.
Yeah.
I tried, but yeah.
Of course, yeah. And also,
So, Michelle, were you asking about the anxiety earlier and how
I mean,
we
just in
overcome
general,
that? Yeah.
I mean, I have anxiety, right? Anxiety and depression is something I've dealt with my whole life, it's not enough for somebody to say, "Well, just do it," right? But
Yeah.
at the same token, you have to find within yourself the strength to challenge yourself to
Yeah.
do the things that make you afraid,
And
and
remind yourself of the rewards.
Yeah.
Where I don't know if this is a societal thing, but sometimes we get lost in what is lacking
Uh-huh.
rather than what we've accomplished. So I was just reading this the other day to write down whenever you complete something and accomplish something, write it
Mhm.
down and pat
Yeah,
yourself on the back. I was doing my happy dance earlier.
Yeah. Rosie said, make a brag book. Keep it someplace where it's permanent so you can remind yourself.
That's a great idea.
Isn't
Yeah.
that good? I know.
Yeah.
I like that one. I'm like, I got to find a book to do that with.
You know,
And then I
maybe
have-
grab a friend and hold hands with
Yeah.
them to help you through the anxiety.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
take
I don't
a
get
break.
to see Samah in person very often, but she has reached out to me when I tell her I'm having a bad day, and she holds my hand virtually and talks me down through WhatsApp,
Yeah.
and these silly memes and things to help me like recenter. So
The anxiety of like trying to figure out a code. Why isn't this working? Why isn't it? And you're beating yourself over the head for, it could be an hour. Go away, step away from the computer.
Yeah.
Go for a walk.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
Eat
It's like to
something.
set it down and
Talk to a friend.
Yeah.
Samah says the same thing could be said of ADHD. Saying just do it isn't going to cut it. Or when somebody says when you are a truly depressive person, right? So you have clinical depression, and somebody says just choose to be happy. Don't you think I would if I could?
Yeah.
Well, we just have 1 minute left with you, Anne. This has been
really?
wonderful.
Okay.
I know it goes so quickly. So if you had one little piece of advice that you'd offer to women in tech in the next, minute or so, what would you say?
Absolutely follow your passion.
I love
Do what you love,
Mhm.
and then everything else will fall into place.
I
It's
could not agree more.
pointless to spend time doing something that you hate.
Yeah.
Life is too
Absolutely.
short.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I just heard that Boston accent come out.
Oh, did you?
I was like, ooh, I got to go to Boston now. That sounded good. We'll get lobster rolls together.
Hey, I wanted to thank both of you for doing this. It's such a tremendous amount of energy that you're expending on this, and it's wonderful to see you both. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you for being here. Yeah,
My
absolutely.
pleasure.
All right. Okay, Samah, we have 5 minutes until the next session. So go get that snack and grab a drink, and we'll see everybody back here. We're going to go live with Alex and Shanta. All right, we'll see everybody in a few minutes.
Right.
Bye. Hello again, Samah. Got to drink that last swizzle of coffee before we come back on.
I just was eating and it, like something was stuck in my.
Oh, she brought me on too soon again. We have been talking to some pretty amazing folks today. It's been very exciting. Anne was awesome. I loved hearing that. Oh, and I'm very excited. I know. Look, Samah's waving to you. She's like, Norma's here.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm excited.
Grab a chair. You can come listen or just move stuff around. Okay, you're good. So, yeah, and I'm very excited. So, so our next group is everybody that was supposed to be here, regardless of the time change, at the right time. So it's working out well for this group.
Amazing.
As a matter of fact, Alexandra was here early and got to watch the last session from the green room backstage. But
amazing.
I'm going to go ahead and bring them on. I think, Alexandra, I hope I don't like totally mess up your last name. I might just let you say it instead of me. But here are our next guests. Alexandra. Oh no.
Unguranu.
Unguranu. Okay, that's there we go. We got it. And Jill and Shanta. Yeah, Nathwani. I know that one. Jill Binder or Binder? I always say it wrong.
Binder.
I always I have like such a mental hang up on how to pronounce your last name, Jill. So
everyone does that.
Trust me that Frechette is no fun either when people are announcing me anywhere. So
I used to call you Michelle, remember, like with a French pronunciation.
Yes, Michelle.
I love to butcher people's names. So that's a skill you need to develop with life.
Exactly. Well, to this half hour, we're talking about building community within WordPress, and all of you have had a lot of experience doing that. And so we're very excited to have that conversation with you. But first, before we even dig into that, we would love for you to introduce yourselves. You can pronounce your name the right way, and I will not butcher it. And we'd love for you to tell us where in the world you are sitting right now and what you do with WordPress, because I know you're all in WordPress. And then just, a little bit about yourself. Keep it brief because we only have 25 minutes until our next session. Jill, let's start with you.
Sure. So Jill Binder rhymes with finder. I'm in Vancouver, BC, Canada. So it is 7:30 a.m. after the time change, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm a public speaking and accent clarity coach for professionals in tech. And what I did with WordPress for a long time, after being a WordPress developer for 10 years, then I was the WP Diversity team lead, working with underrepresented voices to speak at WordPress events and meetups and conferences.
And you and I did a lot of work
led
together.
a whole team. We did a bunch of work together, Michelle. Yeah. And I've done a little bit now with Samah as well. So I'm excited to see you both.
Fantastic. It's good to have you here. And just as an aside, and Chantal will be very happy I say this too, WordCamp Canada next year will be in Vancouver. So
Vancouver in November.
Yep, exactly. So if you're thinking about being there, take a look at their website. Shanta, over to you.
Hi, I'm Shanta. I am located in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, and I notice all three of your panelists are Canadians.
Oh.
Thank you very much. This is as we would call it normally, the Canada track.
We're not calling it. No, I'm kidding.
No, it's okay.
Shanta's so funny.
I will. My name is Shanta Nathwani. I'm from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. I've been in WordPress for going on 10 plus years now. And I have been a teacher in WordPress. I've given more than 50 WordPress talks. I was the lead organizer reluctantly for the inaugural WordCamp Canada back in 2024. And I'm looking forward to hopefully making it out to Vancouver, since I don't really work in WordPress much these days anymore, except if I'm fighting with my own website.
But you're still like the community.
I am. And so what I do nowadays is I am now the customer success manager for a company called Coastal Drone out of Langley, BC, interestingly enough. And I am an advanced drone pilot now, working on getting my level 1 complex and becoming a flight reviewer.
Nice.
And before we get to Alex, is it okay if I say Alex? Because that's what you were before.
Alex,
Okay.
perfect. I say
perfect. Okay. Awesome. Before I get to Alex, I just want to say that Shanta was one of the first people who encouraged me to become a speaker in WordPress, even after she was so rude to me. It's our joke. It's our joke at WordCamp Toronto.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Hashtag not actually a joke, but yeah.
Would love to know the
organizer.
I want to hear this story too now. You don't need to introduce me. Go ahead.
If we have time, we'll save that for the end, but we want to hear from you too, Alex.
Yeah,
definitely.
So hi, I'm Alex. I'm in Quebec. I'm in the other side of Canada. And I actually have only been in WordPress for 2 years. I've been in digital for a long time.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. And I was going to say, it's actually been a really nice introduction. It is a wonderful, welcoming community. And I love that so many people have been in it for so many years.
Yeah.
You don't find that in a lot of places. And yeah, so my role right now is Chief Strategy Officer at XWP. And most of my day is spent asking people, why are we doing this? And what are we trying to achieve? And tell me, and can you explain that to me? So yeah, that's my day-to-day.
I love it. That's awesome. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, Samah has some questions to get us started off. And I do want to remind, if anybody's watching, they're welcome to put questions in the comments as well, and we'll get them answered for you.
But before, I would love to know the story from Shanta, because I just want to know when. I'm sorry.
Just give us a nutshell, Shanta.
20 minutes.
Michelle tells it better.
I was at WordCamp Toronto. I was fairly new to WordPress, and especially I've been using WordPress for a couple of years and had no idea there was a community behind it. Yeah. And so I went to my second WordCamp, which was WordCamp Toronto, and I was like, oh, there's a woman doing, like, the other WordCamp was all run by men. I'm like, there's a woman behind it. So I walked up to her to ask a question, and she I don't think she really heard me, but it looked like she looked at me, heard my question, turned around and walked away to answer somebody else's question first. And I was like, well, that's a fine how do you do? Luckily, we are such good friends now. We've been friends for many years now. I've been in WordPress. Alex, I've been in WordPress since 2010, and I still feel like one of the newbies sometimes. So
really? Yeah.
Because there's people who are so much longer in it than I have been. So
people come and they stay.
We do, for sure. Yeah. Why would you leave?
I can't leave. I've even tried. I'm now in an entirely different industry, and they keep pulling me back in.
It's safe here. We like you.
That's right. It's a safe space. Okay, so now your questions. You've heard the story.
Yeah, I know all of you are worked in diversity, and you're, let's say, the advocate of diversity, mostly also in WordPress community. And I know that we still a lot of things to do in WordCamps and meetups to make it more diverse. I would love to, if you have any practical steps you can tell the organizers to take the events to next level, to be more welcoming and inclusive to women. And I know in WordCamp Europe, I think one time Michelle she put Twitter at that time when it was called Twitter on fire, when she was talking about diversity and the speaker line. Yeah. Would love to know what advice.
That's my most popular tweet to date. That one has over 31,000 impressions.
Yeah.
Look, I'm happy to jump in here since I'm new. So I joined my first WordCamp 2 years ago in Portland, and it was very white male. And so for me, it was jarring, quite honestly. Now I had brought a Black client to the event, and we were actually speaking about their platform. And since then, I always get all of the women in our team to ask to talk. We've attended WordCamps in Africa, which are very different than the big
I'm sure,
camps, by the way. But it's intentional, right? It's bring clients that look different, that are different, bring presenters that are different, and it's got to be intentional. It's got to be, when you take a look at the applications, are they all white male? Are the conversations, is the attendance all white male, or are we diversifying it in all of the ways?
Absolutely. Yeah. Jill or Shanta, anything to add to that?
I'll jump in, and before I say anything on the topic, before I talk about diversity, I have a little thing I like to say, which is I'm a white woman in Canada, and I can't begin to know everybody's experiences.
Right.
I tend to be kind of socially awkward, and I trip over my words, and I say things that are unintentionally inappropriate and intentionally hurt people. And I want everybody to know that in case that I'm sure that won't happen today, but in case it does happen, I want everybody to know that my heart is in the right place. I try very hard.
We learn and grow.
If anything happens, please talk to, if you have the bandwidth, privately or publicly, please talk to me.
It's always better to call in than call out, but yes.
Yes, that's a whole other topic. So, oh gosh, I used to, when I was doing the hashtag WP diversity work, this was one of my projects, helping meetups and WordCamps be more diverse. So trying to distill my several hours of content into like, okay, what are the top things? I would say one of the top things is in the images that people use to advertise the event. Don't just use all white men in the imagery.
Please. Yes.
I should adjust that. I don't like to say white men. I like to say like the well represented of the area, because in my work it was global. So it was not necessarily the white men. It was whoever was most well represented in the area and whoever was predominant at that event. And we always want a mix of people coming, mix of voices.
And we do acknowledge also that you can't always tell somebody's diversity just by looking at them.
Yeah,
like you wouldn't know that I use an assistive device to walk. You know, for example, you can't tell somebody's LGBTQ status just by seeing them, but you can't represent if everybody does look homogeneous.
So in the marketing, you can't represent the what I call the invisible diversities, which is what you're talking about, but you can represent the visible ones. And, you know, I'm more likely to go to an event if I at least see other women represented in the imagery. And preferably different skin tones. I feel a lot more comfortable in a room of mixed everything. Thank you, Chantal. So there's that. There's also the language. So there's some invisible language that, I can use the word invisible again, that people don't realize are discriminatory, using words like expert, guru, rock star. The people who are well represented in an area, if they know a little bit about a topic, they're like, yes, I can talk about that thing. I can go to that event. But the rest of us, when we only know a little bit, we're like, well, I don't know enough. I would have to extra prove myself to even show up to this thing. And so we self-select when we see that for events, for jobs, for speaking opportunities. So there's that. And then there's also at the event itself, especially for smaller events like meetups, if there's one or two women or other underrepresented groups in the room, and if they're like having a good time, then it's fine. But if they're like alone and looking kind of uncomfortable, if the organizer or somebody could come up and just check in, hey, how are you? You know, maybe the person wants to be alone, but if they don't want to be alone, if they're just feeling excluded, it is great to have somebody actually welcoming them at the start, checking in on them, and if they looked uncomfortable, checking, like they might not want to share, but having somebody even just ask, and inviting them to bring their friends, little things like that. And, you know, I always had great experiences in Vancouver. It's always been quite diverse here. And the guys have just been so welcoming to me that I just never felt uncomfortable or weird. Our issue was the speakers, but we may or may not have time for that, because I know we have 10 minutes left and we want to hear from Shanta on this topic as well. So pass it on.
Over to you, Shanta.
Once I start talking, I don't stop. So I'm glad that you guys went first. Alexander and Samah, I know you guys don't know me that well, so trust me, you'll get there. I'll try and put it in bullet form. So as an organizer of a meetup, I know that we had one meetup at a venue that we said was accessible because it's an older building and there's an elevator. You can at least get up to the top floor. that the organizers didn't tell me until either an hour before or by the time I got there that the elevator was out of service.
Oh, no.
So then somebody came in and actually said, hey, there's this woman downstairs. You can't get upstairs. And I thought he was coming to the meeting. He didn't. He was a guy off the street.
Oh.
I can't make this up. And so like it was either I think one of the other guys who was better at going up and down stairs than I was, that was in the meetup, went back down, and like I could see out the window, the poor woman was like halfway across the parking lot going home.
Oh.
And I was like, I felt so awful about it. And so I've been reluctant to actually use that venue again, because that's not the first time that they've had problems with the elevator. And it's not their fault, it's the building managers and so on. But so that's a hard thing to do, right? As an organizer, you know, not necessarily just on the speaker end of it, but also finding venues. And I'll tell you that when we did, you know, I realize this isn't necessarily a women or thing, but, you know, I know that when we did WordCamp Canada the first time, I remember Michelle had said, I had difficulty with this, and we took that back. We said, okay, we're going to fix this. And even though they claimed to have been 100% like accessible, but they were small things. It was just like, oh, like we didn't consider
like I couldn't
that.
reach
So
the soap dispenser in the accessible bathroom. I couldn't reach the soap dispenser from my scooter. And the green room was on the second floor, but there was no elevator to the second floor for speakers. And I was like, well,
Over there.
I can roll with that for you know, forgive the pun. But if it had been somebody else who really needed that time before they got up to speak, it would have been a different situation.
Right. So we knew, like, knowing that, you know, now, you know, for those of you who are planning events, trust me, Michelle is one of those people who is lovely, who will give you feedback in the right ways, and will we use her as our test case now. You know, with all due reference to you. And on the original subject, going back to the whole women thing, I know we sort of got away from it, but, you know, as someone who, you know, on here might look like I'm, you know, of the Caucasian ilk, that's only half of me, right? Most people will meet me and say, oh, you look Italian, you look whatever. But when they hear the name, they're like, wait a minute. Yeah, like that's not. Yeah, so I'm actually half East Indian. And so being half East Indian, and you know, being born in Canada and a woman on top of it all, you get two things, right? You get the male dominated society, and especially if you're talking to men in the East Indian culture, and many times they look at a woman's name, especially that's Indian. And I will tell you right now, I had a grade 9 math teacher in an almost all white school who looked at me and said, you should respect me. And I go, why? Because I'm part East Indian? And he said, yes. Because we were all laughing at him because he was an idiot. Right? No, he was a jerk. He really was. But he pointed me out of the rest of the class and said, you have all respect me. So even though I was born here in Canada, and I used to get this on a lot of interviews. So tell me, how long have you been in Canada? Right? Because they look at the name and they automatically assume that we're an immigrant. Both of my parents are immigrants. One came from England, one came from India. But so when you're looking at someone's name, do not assume that their name tells you where they were born or what environment they grew up in. Right? I'm sure the rest of my Indian family is very disappointed in the fact I never dated an Indian man.
And you don't respect anyone. Unbelievable.
That's so funny.
Yeah. But anyway, so just that would be my key to it. And even I have that problem sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not without that. But even as an organizer, trying to get submissions, like I know that when we did it for Canada, we did, you know, the whole, forgive me, Justin Trudeau thing, right? It's like when somebody, well, why is your cabinet, you know, 50% women? Because it's, what was it, 2020? Is that what year it was?
I think
and that was his response. Like, because it's 2020, like, So that is definitely something that I think all organizers have a challenge with, but can still improve on. improve upon.
So we have a question that I'm gonna in the comments asking how we feel being women. I'm gonna like kind of sum that down so that we can each give like a one-word answer or one-line answer because we're running out of time. But have you ever felt discriminated against as a woman in technology? I'm curious to hear your answer to that. So we're gonna let Shanta go last so that if we have to cut her off at the 5-minute mark, we can. So Alex, let's start with you this time.
I mean, yes, I'd be shocked if any woman said no to this. There's been many boardrooms that I've been in when I've been the only woman. There's been a lot of comments, right?
Yeah.
For me, I've always been vocal in my thoughts, right? To say it in the nicest way possible.
Right.
And so what? Like, I'm here, I have a voice, and you can do with that as you wish.
Yeah, absolutely. Jill?
Super quick version of a story. I was hanging out at a networking event and a bunch of people were talking about some tech and I'm like, ooh, let me join this conversation. And they're like, this is above your head. You wouldn't know. And then it turned out they were talking about a conference that I was organizing.
That belongs on the Reddit. Do you know who I am? Reddit, yeah. Before I let Shanta go, I'll tell you that my own father was the one in my life. When I told him that I had left teaching, the teaching environment, and was moving into a tech, when I say he laughed at me, I mean he literally out loud laughed. And I had to explain to him that doesn't mean I'm programming, but I'm working in the field of tech and I'm influencing others. And by the way, Dad, people all over the world know who Michelle Frechette is because of the work that I do. And I was so glad I got to say that to him before he died because he needed to hear that. Samah, did you have an answer for it too before we let Shanta bring us up at the end here?
I mean, it's a different because like I grew up in Middle East, moving to Netherlands. Of course, the people immediately now, even like I am Palestinian Dutch, and people look at me and I say I am Dutch. They say you're not enough Dutch, or like because I don't look whitish or I don't have my name, and I refuse to take my husband's name because I'm not property. I am who I am. You know that I don't want to take it.
I love that.
Yeah, and but the thing is I face more is like you don't belong here as a woman. Also, like that immediately they put you in this that you're coming here as immigrant or what are you doing here, go back. And then it's like I always make a joke, if I want to be a refugee I will go to Canada or Ireland, they're more to be honest. So but that's how you deal with it. And also like I'm very spoken, I reply, let's focus, let's see. And I always make a joke, yes, with the Middle East education I am here an even higher position than you. So that's sometimes like to reply back to get some
Exactly. Very good. Okay, Samah, bring us home, as they say.
Yeah.
So here's
Shanta, we didn't.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's why I'm sorry. Did I say Samah? I meant Shanta. Sorry.
It was early for you.
Like, I've been up since 5 a.m. So yeah.
I know. So yeah. So really quickly, I did work on a help desk once, and please keep in mind gatekeepers. Okay, is that because I was the one answering all the calls, and it was my job to take down everything and make sure. And I could probably help you on your first try. And I had one guy call and say, "Hi, I'd like to speak to a technician, please." Yeah, you are. No, really. I'm like, yeah, you are.
And lady, I love there a man I can talk to.
Basically, and I love getting the spammers that call our house, and I keep them on for 45 minutes because they're like, oh, we need to talk to the person who owns the computer. Which one? Oh, and I actually told one guy off, and I said, I have a degree in information technology management. I'm an MCP qualified technician, and I have a full stack web development and the guy just hung up on me.
Yeah.
And
I will tell you that
the last thing I want to just point out is the other thing was the Women in ITM program. And this is for all the women out there that should do this, is that if we are as vocal as Alexandra mentioned, is that bring those other women along with you. Right. Yes. We used to hold those events at the university for the women in IT to then say, look, you have to be a little bit more, like you have to learn to speak for yourself.
Absolutely.
Right. And it was about confidence building and that kind of thing.
Yeah. The only person that can tell your story with accuracy is you.
Yeah.
100%.
Right. So I wish that we had another hour to talk to you all, but we don't. So
it was a beautiful Canada truck. I'm gonna keep the
I
name.
love it. That's going in the description for sure. I've said at the end of all of these that this lives on the internet as one ginormous session, but we are going to chop it up. We'll put them out as separate little bites, and you're welcome to share however you would like to do that. And for everybody watching, they can come back and they can watch different topics and different people as well.
Yeah.
Jill, Shanta, Alexandra, thank you so much for giving up part of your Sunday to be here, and happy International Women's Day to you all.
And you.
Thank you for
Bye, everybody.
organizing
Thank
it.
you for doing
Take care.
this.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, and we will be back in 5 minutes to
Let's go
talk
for a
with.
quick break.
Quick break. And we have some people already waiting backstage for us. So we'll be bringing some new people on in just a few minutes. And so we will see you then. I did that thing where you start talking and you realize your mic is muted.
Yeah, and giving me thumbs up before because I didn't hear you.
Exactly. I saw that. That's fantastic. Well, that last conversation was phenomenal, wasn't it?
And for me, like I was trying, like when we were working together to make time zone, but this Canada track, it's the highlight of my day.
For all three of our speakers at that time part, that hour or half hour, to be from the same country was like pretty wild. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 3 people coming, and I'm gonna butcher at least one name. I'm sure of it. And she's smiling because she knows that I don't know how to pronounce her first name. So I will say it probably wrong, and you can correct me when I bring you on screen. But I'm going to guess that we're going to pronounce your name Lelia.
Very close. Lilia.
Lilia. Oh, I was closer. Probably people say Lila all the time too, and I was determined not to say that. And then we have Sabrina and Shamali, right? If I get everybody else, I know Sabrina. I know you very well. So welcome, everybody. It's so nice to have you here. As we've been asking everybody, we could read a bio out loud, but number one, we're just reading it. Number 2, you have to sit there and smile while we read it, which is so awkward. So instead, we're going to ask you to introduce yourselves. So I'm going to start with Lilia. We would love for you to tell us what you do with tech and where you're located in the world also.
Okay, so Lilia Lawson, I am the founder and CTO of a company called Xylotex, and I'm located in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I started my journey in human ecology, Department of Human Ecology, working with hemp. That was about 25 years ago. And just recently, I just got the opportunity to go back to the university working on this technology where I take hemp straw and convert it into a fiber called lyocell for use in anything from the clothing you wear to composite car paneling to even flushable wipes. So it's a very diverse material. And so formed Xylotex from the research out of the University of Alberta in 2024, and I've been on this journey ever since.
That sounds amazing. It also sounds eco-friendly.
Yeah,
it is very eco-friendly.
I love that. And I also feel like I should just hang it up now because I will never accomplish as much as you just have told us in that brief introduction, but I'm not one of those women. I absolutely stand by my own accomplishments separately. So over to Sabrina. Sabrina, I adore you. You know that. I've known you for several years now, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Michelle. Hi, everyone. My name is Sabrina. I'm a Ukrainian living in Spain. I'm a WordPress performance engineer. I love investigating performance issues, and I love teaching performance to other developers, to other companies. That's what I'm doing. I'm very into WordPress community because I think, like for many others, WordPress community is something that changed my life completely and made it so much more better.
Yeah. And for anybody who doesn't know what that means, performance, just give us like the one quick answer what that is.
Yeah. Well, when you open the website and it's freaking slow, that's what I'm trying to find, that it's not slow, that it's nice and fast and it's responsive and it doesn't flash all over the place. Yeah. But I cannot start talking about performance right now because if I start,
that's why I said one sentence. That's what I knew. I've heard you speak. You could go on for quite a while, and it's very interesting. But we have other people, of course.
Yeah.
Molly, I don't know if you're there. It looks like your camera may be stuck, but if you're there, why don't you unmute and introduce yourself? I'm afraid we may have lost her, so I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, wait, she's unmuted.
Yeah, hello.
Go ahead. Hello, I hear you.
Hello, myself Shamli Silake from India. I worked in WordPress since 2017. I started my journey as a developer, and currently I'm technical project manager. So WordPress is the part of my career as well as work, where I like to interact with community and attend WordCamps and be speakers at WordCamps. So that's about me.
Nice. Will you be in Mumbai this year for WordCamp Asia?
Yeah, I will be there. I'm part of organizing team for WordCamp Asia.
I had a feeling that might be true. So you and Samah will be able to see each other. Unfortunately, I will not be in India this year. I'll be very, very much FOMO for not being there, but I look forward to seeing everybody at other WordCamps. So Samah, go ahead and start the ball rolling here.
Yeah, I'm really happy because meeting all of your amazing women today. And I know my next question, I would love to hear your perspective, because I know from Canada and Ukraine and Europe and India and Asia. My question is, I know a lot of women entering technical fields face both visible and invisible barriers, whether it's the lack of representation, mentorship, or opportunities to lead technical innovation. I would love to hear from all of you, what challenges have you encountered as women working in highly technical roles, and how did you navigate those moments in your careers? And feel free to jump in. I'm not going to call anyone.
I call on people, but Samah doesn't do that.
Well, I could start off actually. I'm going to say that I have had a very lucky journey in my career where I've had very strong women mentoring me along the entire way. Even starting with my mother all the way to in university, just the women involved in my life have really helped to guide me and push me in my career actually. So I've been thankful for their leadership.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Sabrina?
I feel very similar to this as well. I feel that I was very lucky in my career with other women helping me and in general as well. But when I'm thinking about some challenges, I'm remembering my first talk, the very first talk that I gave in public talk in my life, and it was about WordPress. It happened to be at WordPress meetup in Kiev in 2017. And I was the only woman in the room. There were about 50 people. I was the only woman there, and I was giving a talk. And it was quite nervous moment. I was nervous, and I didn't know anyone. It was my first time attending. That was my first time discovering WordPress community. It like first time speaking, and I didn't know there won't be any other woman there.
Oh.
And I was nervous, but because I was talking about my stuff, about WordPress multi-site, about the things I am excited about, I forgot that I was nervous about. And then when the moment of Q&A came in, I just remembered, I noted that, yeah, we're still here. There are all these people listening to me. And like the atmosphere was so welcoming and nice. Like it wasn't like something that I would expect. I would expect probably I was missing some support from other women at that talk, but nothing bad happened. It was great. It was lovely. And whenever after I was giving any talk in any environment, well, it was WordPress environment. it was lovely, but I think a lot of challenges were at that moment more in my head than in reality.
Yeah, I imagine in a situation like that imposter syndrome, when you're the only woman in a room, might like start to get in the back of your head a little bit too. Yeah, makes sense. Shivali, over to you.
Yeah, for me the challenge was while transitioning from development to project management, since it was a completely different set of expertise required for the management and for the leadership. But fortunately, I was lucky enough to get the proper mentorship and get the real-time experiences of handling projects and community support as well. I interacted with WordPress open source community and some people, so that helped me to understand and get the expertise. So that was one of the challenges I faced during the transition.
Very good.
Thank you. I would love to know, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people who are listening to us, and I know Michelle too, would love to know, why did you choose this role? Like, why you are here today, like in your role? Like, I know you're leading positions. I'd also love to know what is motivate you, and also if you like to share something you are doing now or you want to do in the future, that will be great. I can start calling people out.
You should.
Sabrina, I would love to hear from you first. Yeah.
Well, for me, this is an opportunity to connect with other women in the tech environment, to see what other people are doing. This is exciting to hear other experiences, and and to share mine. I don't know. I think like many other people today and developers, I have very little real life experience with other people in general and with women in tech, like super little. And this is a great opportunity. Thank you very much to you both for organizing this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. Lilia?
Yeah, I have to agree with Sabrina. It's just building that community of support and mentorship and seeing how we can help each other out in this community because it can be a very tough space. Going back to what Sabrina said about being the only woman in the room, when it comes to the textiles industry, it's very much the same. It's very male dominated.
Yeah.
And being one of the very few women involved in this industry, when you go to conferences, trade shows, it can be challenging. You have to have thicker skin, I guess, in order to really shine in the crowd and make people believe that you actually know what you're talking about. So that, going back to the previous question, that could be a challenge, just being that person that shows that they know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And Shimali?
Yeah, for me it's same as Lilia said, providing the support to the community and providing mentorship, helping other women to involve in the community and contribute to the open source WordPress and the tool. So that's for the best.
We have a great question in the comments, so I'll put it up on the screen. So knowing what you do and having the experience that you've had in technology, would you encourage other young girls or your own daughter or son to enter into the tech field? Sabrina, we'll start with you.
I would if it's something of her interest, you know.
Yeah.
Of course I would, if it's something that truly interests her, because I don't truly believe that you can choose these things with a mind. Like it should be coming, like the interest should be coming from the inside, from your soul. Because if not, you can force yourself for a short period of time, but then that's it. You cannot yourself for a long time. So yeah, I would encourage my daughter or my son or my friend to enter tech or any other area if they feel like doing it, independently of which area and if it's daughter or son.
Yeah, it's I think we talked about it earlier, like finding your passion, something you really love. We don't have to be like, we need to be all of us in tech. Like the most important thing, something you wake up every day, you love doing it, you feel passionate about it, then that is the right thing for you. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, like it's your hobby.
Yeah, exactly.
I encouraged my daughter to go into technology, but the technology she went into wasn't what I was encouraging her to, but she loves what she does. She's a DJ and she uses technology in music all the time. And I'm very proud of her. She can't build a website. So of course her mom built her a website for it, but I can't mix music. So she does that for me, you know? Exactly. Shimali, how about you?
Yeah, I think the one advice I would like to give such people who want to enter the tech field is find your true interest, whether you're really interested in a particular language, particular field, or particular domain, let's say development or testing, and find the right person to connect who can help you understand and reach to the path that you want to have. So, at the very first step of your growth journey or career, find the right mentor who will guide you, and find a true interest, whatever you really want to achieve or try hands at while doing the career in tech industry.
Yeah. And Lilia, over to you.
Yeah.
I'm going to say absolutely encourage. So I'll give you a little bit of my backstory. When I first went to university, I wanted to be a fashion designer. And I didn't actually know that there was such a thing as really going into something technology or tech. I really did like the sciences when I was in high school, but I didn't really know that that was for me until one of my professors said, have you ever taken a chemistry course, or do you want to take a chemistry course? So I did that, and I found that I really, truly enjoyed the subject, and that completely derailed my idea of being a fashion designer. I still love sewing, and I still like being involved in that part of the design aspect, the creative side of textiles. But it threw me in this whole new world of STEM, into science, technology, engineering, mathematics, part of research, and I've been running that direction ever since. So I would encourage anybody, any youth who is going to further their education or further their career, to consider other options and try it out. And if you like it, then take it on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Samah, you have more questions?
Yes, we have a lot of questions.
She always has questions.
I know for many women around the world, deep technical rules can seem difficult to get, difficult to access, especially in early stages of your career. And also, a lot of women now we're having this global jobs. Like, people are scared to apply online for if they are from, let's say, from Asia, if they're going to accept you in Europe, or in the States, or different places around the world. Would love to hear advices from all of you. What do you advise women who are curious about the fields like performance engineering, advanced development, or technical leadership, but they don't know how to start? Is there something you self-experience? Would you like to say steps, advice? Feel free. Yeah. And we can start with Shemali. Yeah. See, I'm calling people out.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you so much. So, particularly in the tech leadership, since I have experience of leading teams and projects, I would definitely like to give advice to women, not only women, but in general.
Yeah.
Whenever you start leadership, don't hesitate to ask questions, even if they are wrong. Put your place in the room, ask the questions, right questions, put your point, even if you think it is very basic or very, not necessary as in that matter. So, ask the questions, put your points, and try to bring clarity to the people that you're dealing with. It could be stakeholders of your team. So, in general, whenever someone starts leadership at the very start, the confidence and the right to ask questions is very necessary. So that's one thing I would definitely like to suggest to girls and anyone entering the leadership. And in the performance engineering, I think having the expertise or having hands-on is a must. Since I also struggled at a few projects for the performance engineering. So the hands-on and knowing the basics, knowing the right things is very necessary in that case. So doing hands-on in that matter would be definitely, I would advise to them.
Thank you.
Lydia? I'm calling people.
You are, no, so good.
Well, I have to agree with Shemali. It is about asking questions, and don't think that every question is a good question. And I know I was a very shy person, and I was scared to ask questions because I thought, oh, I'm not gonna ask the right thing. But that's how you get answers. That's how you actually get noticed. That's how you gain mentorship. So it is about reaching out to people and asking questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt with a different question, Samah?
You go for it.
Okay. I want to know, in your tech journey, is there one woman, or maybe it's multiple women, who have either mentored you or been instrumental in helping you find your footing to be where you are today? I think, so many times mentorship is so important, and it's not to say that men can't mentor women. Of course they can. But oftentimes we find that women gravitate more towards to see a successful woman and ask her to mentor them instead. But if you've had a mentor, whether it's official or not, because sometimes we just see people and we learn from them and they don't even know it. And you don't have to name names, but you absolutely can. How has that worked in your life? So this time, Lilia, we're going to start with you, because I feel like we keep asking you last. So you're first this time.
Okay, sounds good. So I've had a lot of women mentors in my life. And again, I'm going to go back to my mom was my first mentor because she was strong in science and she was always teaching me about STEM and encouraging me to basically do what you want in your life. Do what you're passionate about, do what you actually feel like you're creative, and don't let any boundaries restrict you. And again, in university, the first professor, Dr. Betty Crown, she really, really encouraged me to get into STEM. So that was, I say that just took me 180 in terms of where my career took me. And women throughout my career, and now that I'm back doing my PhD, my current supervisor, Dr. Patricia Dolez, she's been an amazing mentor as well. Very strong leadership, very strong in technology, and it's just been an amazing journey.
Yeah. Very good. Shamali, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So finding right mentor is very necessary and very helpful thing. I was fortunate enough to have a number of mentors during my journey who don't only help you in technical fields, but in personality developments and soft skills as well. And one thing I would like to suggest is, one should reach out to people until they have the right one. It could be anything. For let's say for personal growth and for any other contributions, I reach out to the community members. Then for any technical issues, I reach out to my seniors, which could be technical ones. Then for any leadership skills or any improvements, I reach out to someone, other person. So having mentors skilled in those areas will definitely help you. They don't. Even if having a mentor, one cannot stop making mistakes, but one can learn easily from the mistakes and will have the right path to understand and grow effectively than without the mentor. So that's the very huge difference. It helps. It brings.
Nice. And Sabrina, over to you.
Thanks. If I could, may I go back to the previous question where you were sharing what is the advice to get development in sorry, that was in Spanish, in the technical and heavy technical field or whatever else. I just want to share something that I realized not that long time ago, but it helped me very much in my life, and maybe it would be useful for someone else as well. When there are a lot of moments when you are talking about something, about your profession, about something where you are an expert, there are sometimes moments when you have to put yourself opposite to the people in the room. Like, something that you are saying in my work, it happens a lot because I'm teaching performance to other developers. In my work, it happens a lot that I'm saying something that most of the people in the room won't agree with. And it was always hard for me to do this. And then a simple shift in the mindset when I was thinking that I just got the idea that I should be thinking less about myself and about my ego and how I can be seen or heard or something, I don't know, about things like this, when you drop your ego and you think about the problem. If the problem that you are talking about, if the thoughts, if the solution that you are bringing to the table, they are solving the problem, it's not the time to think how you might be feeling, how are the people, Yes, I think that women tend to overestimate all this stuff over the real problem solution, overthinking how we would look like or how others would feel like or blah, blah, blah. And this thing really helped me to be more confident, tranquilo, like relaxed.
Tranquil.
And deliver better solution as a professional. And I think this is something that I can advise to others. And about the mentors, I think the huge impact on this has my mom, because she always loves me, she always adores me, whatever I'm doing, whatever I'm starting, whatever I'm failing. And I think this is a huge support in the life that you cannot overestimate.
Yes. That's wonderful. We're out of time as we find ourselves today. We could talk to you all for hours. You have such amazing experiences and such good advice. But I want to thank you so much for joining us today. We realize that it's a Sunday and that you gave up part of your weekend for us, and we really do appreciate the work that you're doing in the field, but also that you've taken some time to meet with us today and share your experiences and your advice. So thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, and happy International
This.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Samah, this is our last 5 minutes, 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to be meeting with a close friend of mine who's in the background right now where I am. We're going to learn a lot about her journey and how she's waving. I love her. People ask me, like, why do I do the things I do? And do I make a difference for other women? Do I really make a difference? And I said, I think of myself as the icebreaker boat that's like in the Antarctic. Somebody has to break up the ice a little bit so other people can start to swim and well, you're not swimming in the Arctic, but you know what I mean? Come in with their boats and be able to have, the journey's not going to be easy because you're still surrounded by ice and all those things. But maybe I was able to make some headway into, the place for people to move forward. And I didn't start that until like 15 years ago. But the person that we're bringing in next, Norma, she was somebody who opened doors so that we could do the things that we're doing today. So I can't wait to introduce you to her. And of course, I talked too long, so now you have a 4-minute break. But we shall see you all in 4 minutes. Thanks. Oh, Samah, are you there? There she is. All right, bringing you on. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Norma. I'm so happy and excited. And I'm really happy to close the day, and you are our last guest for the day. So yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
Well, allow me to introduce my good friend. I met her through my boyfriend because she's his grandma.
That's me.
And this is Norma Johnston. And one day after breakfast, we just got to chatting, and I learned all about her history as a programmer back in the 60s, and some of the stories that she had to tell about, getting passed over for raises and for promotions and things, because it was definitely, we think of it as a man's world now, but boy, was it even more so back then. So
Definitely was.
yeah. So, we can have questions for her, but I told her I just kind of wanted to tell her story, her work history, and a little bit about the things that she did that helps you and I be where we are today. So, Norma, I'm just going to turn it over to you. First, if you would just introduce yourself. I know they could tell you're here with me, so they know where you live, but just tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Norma Johnston, and I'm in my 80s now, but I started in systems in 1963. And it wasn't taught in schools. Nobody knew what a computer was, to be truthful. And I was first hired just because of a math background as a key punch operator in a computer room for some men who were chosen. It was a telephone company, and they were linemen, and they were given math exams, and the highest ones were going to be trained to be programmers. And it was a simple program like an autocoder, and I caught on very easily typing it to errors and would tell them, are you sure you want this, And so my boss put me in for $1 raise and wanted me to be a programmer. Well, it came back, they gave me a penny raise and said that no woman could be in that pay grade. So my boss said, you go someplace where you can be a programmer. And at the time, the only ones were like colleges or hospitals and banks that paid poorly that might give me a chance. They gave me luggage as a going away present. I thought, I don't know how far they thought I had to go, but to be a programmer.
We wish you well here.
Yeah. But I went to the University of Rochester. I was thought I would be a programmer. It turned out they didn't have a computer department yet. But in the future, I don't know, I guess I worked about a year there and as a business office supervisor before they started the program. And they got a computer. They had 2 bosses. Nobody knew anything about computers. And they had one guy and myself. And they sent the guy to IBM, which was the only place you could learn. And they gave me the technical manuals. So I read the manuals cover to cover, and I taught myself COBOL, Fortran, assembler, how to read binary dumps, how to add and subtract in hexadecimal, things like that. And it was wonderful fun. I loved it. A programmer back then was the only category. You met with a user. These were doctors who wanted to do disease studies. You met with the user, you designed the system, you wrote the system, and you even ran it on a computer. We had a 360/40 at the time. But it was great fun. I loved it. Until one day, one of the bosses, I had overheard that he said, a doctor had come and said what nice work I did and how happy he was. He says, well, she's okay for a girl. And I thought, I think it's time to go. I think it's time to move on.
My work here is done.
Yeah. I think I'm not going to grow here. So I went to a bank because I don't pay that well either. And they said they hired me because of my confidence, but actually I was quite nervous. And again, of course, I was the only woman, but they had some young men and they were developing a credit card system, which we didn't know anything about credit cards then. They weren't in existence, but Bank America.
What year was that about?
That was 1960, 69.
Okay, so.
And they had purchased the rights to Bank Americard from Bank of America in California, and they had some young men working on the marketing part of it, but they not on the cardholder part. And they hired me as a senior programmer. I was 24, and they had 2 programs from Bank of America, but they didn't compile, and nobody knew how they worked. The thing back then is, listening to the women today and who mentored them and anything, we didn't have anybody to mentor us. There were no other, even men, much less women.
It was a new
Who
field.
knew technology.
Yeah.
The bosses were just management. They did not understand the field. So yeah, I wish they had Google that, but they didn't. If you couldn't find it in a technical manual, you were out of luck. You were out of luck. So they told me I was going to install this credit card system, which I didn't know anything about. And when I got home that night on the television, there was an ad for the bank that said the credit card would be available in June. This was March. And I almost
talk about a deadline.
It went up in time. Let me tell you that it did.
She was determined. But what I think is interesting too, and she was telling me this, is women in the United States, I don't know about the rest of the world, but we weren't even allowed to have our own credit cards until the mid-70s. And Norma was developing the system that she couldn't even technically have a card for.
They did give me a card, though. But when I look at the numbers today, I think it's funny. I think ours was 5 or 6 digits and I was number 12. But, you know, and you look at them today and they got these long numbers.
I wish she still had it, because I'd frame that.
I wish
sucker.
I did too.
I know, I'd
but
frame
who
it for you.
I thought it was funny when I went into the office the first day, and here are these guys. Offices there. This is before cubicles, and that was just a big room with desks. And the first thing that one of the guys says, "Whoa, we've got somebody to make coffee." And I said, "I don't drink coffee, and I don't make coffee."
Good for you.
You really had to exert yourself. Or back then, they really didn't think a woman had a brain, especially for anything like this. You were dismissed, I think, is the to me, you had to work harder and be smarter, or you couldn't make it. And I loved the work. That's the only reason I stayed in it. I really loved it. It was so much fun. From there, I did contract work. Then I went to Kodak because I thought I needed a pension. They didn't have 401ks or anything like that back then. And every place it was a new language, and this was another new language. But it worked.
Tell this story. You told me a story the other day about that somebody said to you, "How come you didn't take that promotion?"
Oh yes, that was when I was at the bank, and I had put in the card system, and I had heard a rumor that I was going to be offered a management position. And I thought, oh, okay. Well, I never heard anything more about it. And I thought, well, a man came in and took the leadership position, but I didn't think anything of it. And in my exit interview with the VP, he said, "We were so disappointed you didn't take the management position." And I was thinking, and I didn't say anything because I couldn't react to it. And later I'm thinking, now I remember one day the boss pulled me aside and said, "Do you like your job?" I said, "Yes." That was me turning down a management position.
You should be more direct about it, just not like asking this, "Do you want to get promoted?"
Yeah. I didn't think anything of it. Sure, I like my job. But there were no women in management at the bank. So it would have been unusual. And I guess even though the vice president thought it was a good idea, other people did not. So
the way she manages her house and her family, I could tell you she would have been good for that job. For sure.
There were a lot of challenges along the way. Yeah.
When you were going through all of that and working as like the only woman in the room and not being allowed to have the same education except to go read this book kind of thing, did it ever occur to you that you were opening doors for future women in technology?
No, No, it didn't at that time. It was about 8 years before I even met another woman programmer.
Wow.
Who came into, that was at the bank. She was in trust shortly before I left there. I left in 72. And it was just so nice to have somebody to talk to, somebody to go to lunch with. I never had that before. Little things that you take for granted later in your career just didn't exist then. There was nobody to ask a question of, nobody who understood what you were talking about anyway.
Yeah.
Not something you went home and talked about because I didn't know what you were talking about. So yes, that was fun. And then one other thing, when the telephone company where I wasn't allowed to be a programmer because it was above my grade, I went later on in my career. I had to go to IBM to learn how to install an OS system. We had been DOS system at the time, and the representative from the telephone company was not only a woman, she was a woman of color. And I was just felt so happy because the boss was so mad that they wouldn't let me be a programmer, that I'm sure he was somehow instrumental in making that change to the company. And it was just, I couldn't believe when I saw her. I wasn't used to, I mean, when I worked at the bank, there were 35 men and me. So
if you're watching and you have questions for Norma, please put them in the comments. I see my friend Birgit. Birgit's over in Germany. She says, "What an impressive career, Norma. Thank you very much for sharing this with us." If you have questions, put them in there because I love listening to you talk about your experiences. Samah, you must have some questions.
I have, but I just want to ask I know you have impressive, and I feel honored today to meet you. From back then until now, did you ever thought that we still today in 2026, we still, as women, we still get up looking for more acceptance, for more equality, for a salary, equal salary, all of this? I know back in the 60s, I think it's like, thank for you for being you to start opening the road for a lot of programmers, for a lot of people to work in tech. But did you thought like still until 2026 we still have to go through a lot of this?
Some of it surprises me and some of it doesn't.
Okay.
It was only a couple years ago that I was at a family reunion, and my nephew, they're very accomplished PhDs, and he turned to me and said, "What did you do?" And I said, "I was a programmer." He said, "Oh, coding, how boring." And turned away, and that was it. And I
was not. You
have no idea.
It's not boring.
I know, and we don't even use the term now. We say developer.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, there were no other levels. It was just you.
Yeah.
But so I understand that there's still, even among people who love us, that barrier. Yeah, and I'm happy to see how far everyone has come. It bothers me a little to see that they're still struggling.
Yeah.
That you still have to feel that way today. You just have to be strong.
Yeah. One of the things I want to ask you about, because we were talking about this with Sue, who's over here. Say hi, Sue.
My daughter.
and you the other day, is that there have often been a different set of rules for men and women, not just like who could get promoted or whatever, but like even as few years ago as like I think 10 or 15 years ago, at paychecks, women not only had to wear skirts or they couldn't wear pants, but they also had to wear stockings, nylons, and everything. What kinds of things have you seen change like that over the years?
Oh yes, today it's so much more casual. I mean, we had to wear dresses. It got so that you could wear a business suit if it has a skirt, but I remember the first pantsuit I ever wore, and that was
what color was it?
It was gray. It was beige. And I really wasn't going. I was only going to the office to pick up a paycheck. It was when I was contracting, but it was really out of the norm, and that was late 70s, 80 maybe. So a lot was expected of you to be a woman as well as be smart.
Yeah.
So.
In those early days when you were the only woman in the room, were you like eating lunch by yourself while all the guys went out? Or
Oh yeah, I never ate with them.
Yeah.
No, never did. No, there was a barrier there. You know, they not that they weren't nice, but you had to succeed. You had to keep your distance. I don't know quite how to explain it, except
a certain level of professionalism was required of you.
Yes, it was. I remember one time one of the men put his arm around me. I said, "No,
don't do that.
Do that again, and I'll deck you." That's really what I said, but that's not very polite today. But they got the message, and that you had to. I mean, it wasn't. You just had to. That was the only way to be respected.
One of the things that has bothered me in my career, and they don't do it anymore, or at least not very often, is being called things like Dolly or Sugar or Sweetheart, and like some of those, from a loved one, that's fine, right? Like if Nick calls me honey, I'm happy, but if my boss calls me honey, how dare he, right? Did you experience a lot of those kinds of things as well?
Not after you tell him to deck you.
Good point.
No, I don't remember any buddy doing that to me, because I felt they probably knew they couldn't
get away with that.
Sorry to say. But and there were failures too. I mean, it wasn't all good. There were failures too.
So I'm going to keep asking her to tell stories that I just heard recently from her.
You
applied for a mortgage.
Oh yes. My husband and I married in 1970, and we applied for a mortgage. I was working at the bank at the time, and they paid all the closing costs. We had gone out to look for an apartment. We were getting married, and we decided we could buy a house just as easily. And of course, his money was in his red convertible, but mine was in the bank. And so I had the down payment.
But that convertible was fun, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. My convertible was great. I don't mind that at all. But we went for our mortgage, and this elderly man was interviewing us, and he asked for my husband's wage, and he gave it. And then he asked for mine, and I gave it. And we, at the time, earned the same thing. And he said, not his wage, your wage. And I said, that is my wage. They pay for technical expertise. And the man looked at me. You could tell he probably worked there 30 years and didn't make what I did. I should have felt bad, but I didn't.
No, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad at all. I love that.
He said I could have gotten the mortgage on my own, but
there goes the cat. Sorry. He's trying not to fall.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I think I was way too precocious.
But that probably
looking back,
that probably helped propel you. Though you didn't, suffer all the stupidity of men. Yeah.
No, I didn't suffer fools.
Didn't suffer fools. That's the word I was trying to think of. Yeah.
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I had a good career. I enjoyed my work. There were some bad times. I remember being sent on an assignment down at the University of Pennsylvania, and a new language I'd never heard of. And the the boss said, "Well, you'll pick it up. They're expert down there." Well, of course, if I had thought about it, if they were expert, they wouldn't need me. When I got down there, they thought they were told I was the expert, and they didn't know anything about it, and it was absolutely horrible.
We have some comments here too I want to share with you. So Shanta says her mom was sent home from school once for wearing pants, even though she was going to change when she got there because it was freezing outside. And then Birgit, Shanta's in Canada. Birgit is in Germany. She says her mom was the first truck driver in their area 40 years ago. Well, single parenting. I learned so much from her standing up for herself. Yes. And then this is a gentleman who's been with us all day. He wants to know what fundamental things haven't changed since you started in the 60s is the current age of AI. So what things do you think are still kind of the same as when you started? Or nothing?
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Not much. Yeah. What's the same? I can't think of anything that is.
A lot has changed.
Technology has changed so much. I mean, when I started, it was key punch cards, and a huge room with a computer in it that had a capacity of 32K. It was just a totally different world. And not knowing any other women at the time in it, I don't know what else is.
I haven't asked you this question. I think you were here when I talked about my father.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, how did your parents encourage you, or what role did they play in you being the person that you were to be able to go into programming like that?
I think they gave me confidence. I was third oldest of 9 children, so there were a lot of us. You had to hold your own, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. My confidence, I think, came from years of Girl Scouting and being in an all-girls high school that was very highly respected. And it was long before AP courses or things like that. But when I was a senior, I was good in math. And when I was a senior, they did allow a class in mathematics that was at college level, calculus. And I was lucky enough to be in that. And the boss, when my first job, said I was hired because of my math skills. So I think that gave me a lot of confidence. You weren't vying against any of the boys, because you were in an all-girls, very strong school.
I can see that. I can also honestly say nobody has ever hired me because of my math skills. I mean, they told me I wouldn't have a calculator in my pocket for the rest of my life, and they were wrong about that. So
yes, absolutely.
Do you have one more question for Norma before we wrap up this?
I know, like now you're talking about education and how you went, and I know now we are in this amazing age of you can get knowledge wherever you are under the sun around the globe. If you have an advice for women all around the world, what was your advice to be?
My advice would be to get your education. It wasn't always open to us, and especially from a large family. And it held me back some. I was offered a job to teach COBOL, to teach programming at a community college, but the pay was half of what it would have been if I had my degree at the time. And I didn't, I was interested in math and thought I'd be a math teacher, but I didn't want to go to school for all those other things. I was programming. It was what I loved to do. And while I was at the U of R, I did take night courses. I took all calculus courses, some economics. I took German, which I cannot speak and was terrible at, terrible failure. But yes, if I could go back, I would tell people, get the education, take everything you can that's out there so that you can grow and so that you can have opportunities. Because without the paper, you just don't seem to have the opportunities.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like and also especially for women and around the world, it's really powerful too. And you can also start working depending on yourself. You don't have to be depending on your family or your husband or whatever you're depending on. Yeah.
Yes. Very true.
So do you see why I wanted to bring her here today?
I wish I was there, like now if it's I'm living here, otherwise I'll just come and take a hug and take some good
That's so sweet. I never thought about telling anybody about what I had
you should, because we have a hope in this world, because we're still sadly fighting for, and it's really inspiring to hear your story for us. Michelle, pretty sure heard it, but for me and a lot of people who are listening to us, and I think that is really inspiring, and hopefully for a better future for women all around the world. So yeah.
Oh, I hope so too. And I'm so impressed with the women that have been on and all their accomplishments and their confidence. It's wonderful to see. It gives you hope.
I sent her the page of all the speakers and she said, I don't belong there. I said,
don't
oh, yes,
belong
you
in
do.
this. No,
I said, oh, yes, you do.
I don't have those credentials. And
you have far greater.
You've
I
opened doors.
appreciate
it very much.
Stay right where you are. We're going to wrap things up because you're our last speaker, but I don't want you to run away. Samah, what is your takeaway from today?
My takeaway from today, like, I'm really proud first of all of the women that joined us today. There was a lot of things to learn. Next time we'll make it longer, the sessions, because I want to talk more. I don't know about our health after it, if we're gonna get super tired. It's really important to keep hearing voices, to celebrate each other, to empower each other. No one's perfect. We need to learn mistakes to grow, and we need each other's support. Otherwise, we need to pull people to go up, or we need to push people to go up. So supporting each other is the first thing we should do. And I just want to say, for all of women around the world, wherever you are, happy International Women's Day. And I'm so lucky to have you as my friend and as me as your partner. I'm so happy also. And we pulled up an event, and the planning and the working, it was passionate, and we were really fast in it. So.
It came off looking way better than I thought it would.
Next time we'll do better. And that is the thing. Both of us are really busy, and we're like, we pull up. Next year we will do it better. And that is the beauty of it. And next year maybe we'll have it longer time. We'll celebrate women differently. But I'm so grateful to see all of this today. But my highlight of the day is Canada track, to be honest. Like,
I know, that was so funny.
In my head for a long time. Canada track,
I am just so grateful that when I sent you this message saying, hey, what do you think of this? That you said, you didn't even say, let me think about it. You're like, heck yes, let's do it. And I was like, all right, we're doing this. And then you stepped in and did the majority of the work to get it up and running. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. So thank you, Samah.
We complete each other. Let's say it that way.
We do. We're the yin and yang from across the ocean. And I am so grateful to have you as my partner here as well. So thank you.
So,
and go ahead.
I'm just saying, I'm really happy also to meet Norma. Like, I want to know more. I want to talk more. Hopefully when I'm in the States, I will come by and just like to meet you in person.
I'd like to meet you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. With that, we're going to end our live stream today. Samah, stay on the line, but I'm going to go ahead and end it. Thank you, everybody who's joined us today as well. This will live on the web as long as YouTube is alive, and we will also chop it up into different individual talks so that you can listen to them one at a time and not feel like you have to listen to 8 hours.
Yes, we will miss you, everyone.
Right. I don't think we're going to have a podcast this week. We're going to package some of the.
I want to say it, but I didn't say that they miss us. Like we're
going to be too tired tomorrow to do this again, but in a week we will come back. And if you do have ideas for us for podcast ideas, things that underrepresented people, including women and others, are experiencing in tech that you'd like to hear our take on, please hit us up. Give us some ideas. We'd be happy to do Samah would be happy to do the research, and I will show up. That's our agreement.
It works.
That's right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Have a wonderful day, and happy International Women's Day. Bye.
Happy International Women's Day, everyone.